to today's Scottish Police Authority meeting held in the COSLA HQ in Edinburgh. I have apologies from Angela Leach and no other apologies. The next item is declarations of interest. It's a requirement of our code of conduct that members declare any financial or other interests and connections in relation to the business for today's meeting. Can members confirm if there are any declarations of interest or connections? Thank you very much. Can members confirm that there are no other items of business they wish to raise? We take some items in private, and in accordance with section 20 of our standing orders, I'm going to ask members to confirm their content to take the following items in private. The first, item 12, is the private minute of our meeting held in August, which discussed pay and reward. The second is the external annual audit report and annual report and accounts. These are required to be discussed in Parliament, as they have to be laid before Parliament and can only be published by Parliament. And item 14 provides an update to you as a board in relation to pay and reward. Obviously has to be done in private. Are members content to take these in private? Thank you. We have the minute from a meeting on the 22nd of August for approval. We have that draft minute. Subject to any comments, I'm going to invite you to approve that draft minute of our last board meeting. Thank you very much. We have a rolling action log to keep track of what we're asking to be done between meetings. And first action, action 1 is proposed for closure and is ongoing as a response from the Antisocial Behaviour Working Group was expected. Now, since that action log was published, the Chief Executive has received information which has been shared with members. Can I ask our Chief Executive to confirm whether the group considered recent disorder? You could shortly explain the background to our request.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I received a response from the group. First of all, they said they valued very much the interest from the board and the input from the SPA into their work. Their work is very much focused on the impact of antisocial behaviour on sectors such as local government, the retail sector, education, transport, housing and communities. They are not looking at public disorder, as it is not part of their remit. However, their report will be published and consulted on in the future.
Thank you very much. So that with that action, our action log has been completed. Are members content? Great. And my final item before I come to the next substantial item, decisions taken since the last full authority meeting. And just to confirm that since our last full authority meeting held in August, there have been no decisions taken via correspondence. Thank you. So item 3 is my chair's report. And as I report, the authority gave evidence to the Scottish Parliamentary Justice Committee on police officer wellbeing and progress of improving support for them. I was unable to attend myself due to an unexpected and sudden family bereavement, and I was grateful for board members and our Chief Executive who were able to attend. You can read more in my submission to the committee, and the evidence session is available on Scottish Parliament TV. Now, the evidence from all parties drew a clear distinction between what were called operational stresses as opposed to organisational stresses, both of which impact negatively on police officer welfare and well-being. Operational stresses are external to the organisation, the traumatic situation and events that police officers face by the very nature of their roles. The evidence was that most of us might face 2 to 3 traumatic events in our lives. A police officer might face an extraordinary number, estimated to be in the hundreds. On the other hand, organisational stresses are factors that are internal to an organisation that can significantly impact, in this case, on police officer well-being. Organisational stresses are far more within the control of the management of the police service. I say all that to make this short but critical point. The biggest organisational stressor, that is an internal matter for police officers, is the appalling state of too many of our police stations. Now, on item 9, we'll be discussing a State's Master Plan, and that should be a milestone. The plan was presented to our Resources Committee which I attended, and sets out where we are and where this police service could be. However, improving our police stations comes with a very hefty price tag, estimated to be around £200 million additional capital, and that's additional capital, over the next 10 years. That's the cost of doing something real and lasting to significantly reduce a key organisational stressor and improve well-being of our police officers and staff. Just for comparison, if the total capital in the police budget in Scotland were equivalent to the average of all police services across England and Wales, it would be 1.4 times higher, i.e. going from an average of about £60 million a year up to 85 million, a £25 million a year increase. As I just mentioned, the master plan is seeking £20 million a year increased capital budget. So even if we got that entire £200 million over 10 years, we would still have the lower capital budget than equivalent police services in England and Wales. Craig Naylor, in his Majesty Inspector of Constabulary annual report published this week, and he'll be before the board in November to explain more about his annual report, said the following: "There are a range of well-evidenced benefits of a single national police service. However, as we, that's the HMICS, have said many times, this is built on a creaking infrastructure held in place by committed individuals and an exceptional workforce." I say all of this because I want to build a shared advocacy case for the authority to fix that creaking infrastructure, to increase our capital allocation to be closer to the England and Wales average, and so improve dramatically the well-being of what I would agree is an exceptional workforce. I'm now going to turn to item 3 of my report, which is recording of sex and gender by Police Scotland. This issue was raised again at the 18th of September Policing Performance Committee, and there were adverse public comments on the Police Scotland written submission to the Scottish Parliament Citizens Participation and Public Petitions Committee. I have included this issue in my report to allow the Chief Constable an opportunity to comment on Police Scotland's position today. I would invite the Chief Constable to make a comment that she would like. Chief Constable.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter. I think it's important to acknowledge that gender self-identification has been amongst the most emotive and arguably divisive areas of public policy and practice in recent memory. Neither Scottish or the UK parliaments have been able to set out a codified approach in legislation to the legal status, rights or duties pertaining to the concept of gender recognition in a way that reconciles with the Equality Act of 2010. It is within this context that Police Scotland and other public bodies have determined policy and practice in a way that achieves what we consider to be a legal and appropriate balance of rights and duties. Policing needs to consider this in terms of the many situations and scenarios within which we encounter people, and this is not restricted to criminal investigations. However, I recognise that the focus of debate as it relates to gender self-identification is in the area of serious sexual offences. DCC Spears wrote to the Scottish Parliament's Criminal Justice Committee this week to explain our approach, with particular reference to sexual crime, and I wanted to add to that today by providing clarification on my expectations as Chief Constable around this operational practice. The purpose of policing in Scotland is to improve safety and well-being. Police Scotland takes a victim-centred approach to investigating crime. Improving the experiences of victims is at the heart of everything we do. Being an organisation that effectively supports victims is central to the long-term vision I am setting out to the board for the board's endorsement today. And this also reflects the central emphasis that I've given to supporting victims of crime since I took up my role as Chief Constable nearly a year ago. We have a critical role to play in preventing violence and safeguarding women and girls. Our aim is to support the development of a society and culture where women and girls live free from all sorts of violence, abuse, exploitation, and harassment. I've been struck by the commentary from some quarters that Police Scotland, under my leadership, is supporting policies that seek to respect the rights and dignity of transgender and other minority groups. And it is I am perpetuating a policy that is misogynistic. This is inaccurate. I've spent my entire career of more than 30 years in policing, facing and challenging misogyny, while supporting the rights and progression of women, and I will continue to do so. I want to offer a strong reassurance today. Our police officers and staff are trained to investigate crime in a way that focuses on a victim-centred, trauma-informed approach, which mitigates risk. We will continue to do this every day. I want to also make it clear that I have a commitment and support for the LGBTQI+ community. Everybody must know that when policing talks about keeping people safe, that applies universally. Everyone must feel able to speak to the police, to report a crime, or to share information, knowing they will be treated with dignity and respect. I stated in May that it was a matter of deep regret that these values, over a period of decades, had not always applied to the LGBTQI+ community of Scotland. That remains my position, and as I said at the time, I am dedicated to building a service that all communities can trust, one that is inclusive, respects diversity, and protects the right and dignity of all individuals. In relation to sexual offending, our operational practice and decision-making is sound. But I have put myself in the position of our custody sergeants and others on the operational front line, and I can see the benefit of clarifying our position today to ensure that our people continue to get this right. I also understand the desire for clarity as it relates to sexual crime, a priority for policing in Scotland. To be clear, a male rapist cannot demand to be called a woman and further traumatize the victim. This would not happen, and to my knowledge, this has never happened. You can be assured that a man who commits rape or serious sexual assaults will be recorded by Police Scotland as a male. By way of further reassurance, as it relates to serious sexual offending, Police Scotland obtain DNA samples from individuals accused of serious sexual assaults, and from this sample, a DNA profile will be obtained that will determine the person's biological sex. This profile and biological sex is retained on the Scottish DNA database and is available to be searched against crime scene samples to aid historic and future investigations. I would only emphasise that the discussion around decision-making on the operational front line remains hypothetical. To my knowledge, we have never faced this scenario. With regards to recording practice, Police Scotland's procedures on the identification and recording of sex and gender is evidence-led and is in keeping with our values of policing with integrity, fairness and respect, and upholding human rights. I note that the Chair's report refers to the UK Government's February 2024 commission of an independent review and best practice development around data collection issues. We strongly welcome that work and look forward to seeing its outcomes in the months ahead. In 2023, Police Scotland, through the Chief Data Officer, conducted analysis of data collection and data standards and our subsequent use of data as it relates to sex and gender. This analysis was set against relevant pieces of legislation, including the Data Protection Act, the Public Sector Equality Act, as well as the Human Rights and Gender Recognition Act. The report came at a time of continued public debate. It made a number of observations and continues to be considered within Police Scotland. To that end, ACC Katrina Payton is reviewing the detail contained within the analytical report and will bring this through governance for further consideration. In conclusion, let me finish by being absolutely clear. A man who commits rape or serious sexual assault will be recorded by Police Scotland as a male. The organisation I lead is wholly committed to tackling violence against women and girls and to supporting survivors and victims effectively. We will do this while upholding our values of integrity, fairness, respect, and a commitment to upholding human rights. Our commitment here is unequivocal and also central to our long-term vision for policing. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to respond to the issues raised recently by the Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Constable. I have 3 members who have indicated they wish to ask a question. Katharina Casper, Alistair Hay and Fiona McQueen. Are there any other members? Thank you. I'm going to pass over firstly to Katharina Casper.
Thank you very much, Chair and Chief Constable. Thank you very much for your statement. I have a number of questions. I also, I suppose, have a few statements to make, but I would really firstly would like to start with thanking you and acknowledging the fact that I think you are showing leadership in this space, which in my view has really sorely been lacking so far. So I think that is incredibly welcomed. And I think what is incredibly welcomed is your absolute clarity around the issue which started this most recent round of public discussion, which is all around serious sexual offending and how those perpetrators are recorded in systems. So that is incredibly welcome and probably goes some way to restoring public confidence in Police Scotland when it comes to this area. The reason, at least in my view, why this has been such an important topic is because actually the recognition, so the way Police Scotland treats biological sex and gender, the way Police Scotland recognizes that and treats that goes much, much further than just the recording of those sexual offences. When you're giving us that clarification that biological sex will be recorded for those offences, naturally the question arises, but what in other circumstances, and who will be the judge of that? So there is an element of that needs to be acknowledged. But I think the most important thing is that how you treat this particular topic is wider than just statistics. It needs to have a read across all of your internal policies. So for example, it will be pertinent to whether your female police officers will be asked to conduct searches of people who are clearly male but insist on having a different gender identity to that. It will also be important, I think, how you respond to situations where women and children feel that they are in a position where they're having to deal with a male in a space that they would expect to be single-sex space. And it's not an unreasonable scenario to say when somebody who is male intrudes into a single-sex space, will you be able to deal appropriately with that if that individual indeed maintains that they are female? So these are not really hypothetical scenarios. They do happen on a daily basis all over Scotland. So I think until there is that clarity around how you deal with sex and gender on a much wider basis than just the recording of crime statistics, I don't think this issue will go away. So I really welcome the fact that you feel that the current practice is legal, and you have mentioned a number of pieces of legislation. However, legal analysis suggests that the data that Police Scotland captures is indeed critical in the UK being able to fulfill its obligations under international law. So I think, again, that goes wider than just sexual offending. When it comes to violence against women and girls, all offences need to be disaggregated by biological sex. Similarly, your original position statement that Police Scotland made in 2019 was made, I understand, in preparation for the Gender Recognition Reform Bill. Now, that has obviously not passed into law, so again, I would expect any review of the legal position take that into account. And I welcome your commitment to continuing a review of the policy and to providing that more solid evidence base. So my question to you is, will you commit to making that fully public and public and transparent? Because I think that is incredibly important, again, for restoring confidence in this space. So as I say, so my main questions are around the legal position, the review, the commitment that you will consider this question wider than just the recording of crime statistics and actually work that through to all of the logical conclusions. Because if you're recording gender, you cannot have sex-based policies. That's quite logically not possible. So your review needs to cover all of that in order to really provide that clarity to members of the public, but also to members of your own police force around what it is that they are expected to do and what response they can expect from Police Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, and thank you for your questions. I'll pick up those points in turn. You referenced there that some of my description and explanation focuses very much on crime stats. I think what I've said goes beyond the recording. It talks to investigations. It talks to supporting victims. So I think that it goes beyond the point of data. I am not today going to get into a series of hypothetical scenarios. If this was straightforward, then there would potentially have been legislation around it so that it's clear to public bodies exactly what operational practice to take. I have sought to put myself in the place of custody sergeants and operational officers and giving them some firm, clear clarity and direction in relation to the very much debated issue around rape and sexual offences. We will undertake to do more work in terms of reviewing the position, but it is not helpful for me to respond and provide different scenarios, and then and in doing so, then allow my officers and staff no discretion in a very complex space. And when presented with an individual in whatever scenario we want to present, they are equipped, skilled, and have positive intent in terms of being sensitive to the issues, but recognising the support of victims and the safety of the public. And within our written submission to the Justice Committee, we talk there in relation to inquiring based on risk. And that talks to your point about open air and open spaces. So we've provided operational guidance to our officers and staff, but I must allow them the discretion to make good judgments as they do every day in the absence of any other legal direction. Allow them the opportunity to assess every case on its merits and on the basis of what's presented in front of them. And I know that doesn't sit easily with some members, but we do that on a daily basis. We assess a situation, we look at what we can see, we look at the material, we look at the information and intelligence, and we make decisions based on a human rights basis and within the law. And I can't enter into further scenarios today. But what I will do and what I undertake to do is that we will pick up that point of a review and look at what we've progressed to date around data and consider the wider implications. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much, Chief Constable. That it helps to some degree. I understand that you can't possibly cover every hypothetical scenario here, and my intention certainly is not to tie you down to a particular position before you have done that review and you've considered this. What I will say, however, I think there is an expectation that your policy is written down, that it is clear on what basis you have developed that policy, that the legislative analysis is absolutely sound, not just against what your internal position is, but you've also consulted with the relevant external bodies, such as the Scottish Human Rights Commission and the Equalities Human Rights Commission in this. And I think so if you're basically saying that there is a fair bit of discretion, the data that you capture on your systems around those instances where that discretion has been applied needs to be such that you can disaggregate instances where you have overridden your policy. Because at the moment, it is not clear to me how you can actually test whether the discretion which has been applied by your officers and is being applied every single day, I'm sure, it's not possible to test whether or not that is indeed in line with policy. So from my perspective, a lot more clarity is required, and there needs to be a way of auditing your policy and making sure that it is indeed, that it does what it needs to do. And I think that is incredibly important, because without that, there will be no clarity for your officers and staff, and there will be no clarity for members of the public who are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Katerina. Can I come to Alistair Hay, who chairs the Policing Performance Committee, who will have oversight of any policy that might come, as the Chief Constable has indicated from this. Alistair.
Thank you, Chair. I really do appreciate your statement today, and I think you have provided a lot of clarity to help us going forward. Just before I come to my point, obviously the statistics within Police Scotland are accredited, which I understand is not the case with all forces in England and Wales by the Office of National Statistics. And in terms of the development of policy and practice going forward, the authoritative nature of those statistics and that data is something that's important, and you know, we really need to strive to maintain that. So it's not the substantive point today, but it is an important issue that needs to be recognised. To a large extent, Katerina's asked my question. You have committed to a review of your policy and practice, and I absolutely understand the sensitivities, the passions that are aroused by this, and how complicated it is. But given that complexity, given the emotions that surround all of this, that review of your policy and practice and how it is laid out, it will go through your internal governance processes. But I think it would be appropriate that when it works its way through those, that it comes to the Policing Performance Committee, so that the authority can exercise its responsibilities for scrutiny, for oversight, of these policies and practices. So that's really what I'm asking of you today, Chief Constable Welsh, really appreciating the statement you've made today.
Also, thank you for the question. I think what struck me over the course of the weekend and the 4 or 5 days that I had to work with a team to produce a response for the Criminal Justice Committee, I was looking at a range of topics at pace, looking at legislation, looking at existing policy, looking at what have we previously said in different forums, what does benchmarking look like across the UK, and what is the broader read into some of our policies. The recommendation I actually made to the Chief at the weekend, which included the piece of work that was done previously around analysis, I think it was quite narrow, it was quite specific, it was a point in time. So my recommendation to the Chief was that I would do a much more fulsome review. I think as part of that review and engagement, it's also really important to engage externally. So I want to create opportunities to engage and hear views and observations from women's groups, for example. So I've kind of committed to do that. We have the team and the structure in place, and we'll do that over the coming months. And my, again, view to the Chief only yesterday was that the route into this board would be through the Performance Committee.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you for that, and I agree, the route into this board is through the Performance Committee, so we look forward to receiving that in due course.
Thank you very much. Fiona McQueen.
Chair, thank you, and DCC Spears and Chief Constable, thank you very much. At the risk then of repetition, it looks to me as though that whole, whether it's a policy and or standing operating procedure that will be helpful in that wider context, has been there in terms of day-to-day practice, but actually a review and refresh can always be welcome. I think it looks to me as though ONS, HMICS, Scottish Human Rights Commission and perhaps SG Police Division policy may also need to be satisfied or have a view, whilst I respect it's fully delegated to the Chief Constable. So there's that input. Very much welcome DCC Spears' commitment to working with women's groups to taking this forwards. Welcome it going to policing and performance in terms of that ongoing scrutiny and monitoring and taking that forwards. And the other aspect then, as Chair of People Committee, that the trade unions and the Police Federation and ASPs attend the People Committee, and they have a strong voice. The issue of body searches in terms of whether it's gender or biological sex has not been raised, but it's certainly something that can be taken through People Committee if to make sure that all of that is completely satisfied. So I think my question then is to say, is my summary of where I think we've got to today correct? And moving forwards, I don't know if you have a timescale. DCC Spears, you talked about over a number of months, when we would see something at Policing and Performance Committee.
Thanks for those comments. I'm not going to be able to put timescales on this at this board today. Obviously, we undertake to do this piece of work. I hope you know by now that when I undertake to do something, I do it. But please just bear with us as we do that piece of work and pull together the information and make these judgments. And I suppose one of the areas within the public sector, within your profession, obviously NHS is one of the maybe parallel organisations that we need to reach into in terms of how they're working in this space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Constable and members. I think that concludes this aspect of this. I think we've opened up the route that you're going to follow on this. Greater review, detailed review. I particularly welcome seeking formal guidance from those who are in a position to give formal guidance on there. I think that has been absent, and I think that should go back in. I think Katharina mentioned some of those it should go back into, and I would include HMICS as well as the equalities bodies, Police Division of Scottish Government. It is not for them to resolve the matter, but it isn't for them either to sit on the sidelines in this complex matter. And we do all rely on those whose full-time jobs are to give guidance to the public on these complex issues of human rights, equalities, public policy. It's also for the Scottish Parliament to take a view on some of these issues, if there are issues where the law lacks clarity, and maybe that review will come into this. I welcome the commitment to bring it back to Policing Performance Committee. That's there, but this has been an issue for around 2 or 3 or 4 years now, and your clarification of the key question of public confidence is very welcome indeed. A point which, and my final point is this, it's a point Alistair made. In Scotland, police recorded statistics are accredited official statistics. That is a very important matter for the authority. In England, they are not accredited. They're not good enough to be accredited and haven't had accreditation since 2014. I think we should be very proud that our official statistics, policing crime statistics, are official and accredited. And as Alistair said, we will want to do everything within your report to maintain that status, which is by following the statistical guidance. Now, after that, we have a whole range of policy guidance for you to follow, which we want to bring forward. But I make that point, I stress that point about official statistics, because I believe if this was the other way around, if we were the only police service in England and Wales and Scotland that didn't have that status, we would be under tremendous pressure. We do have that status, and that's down to the quality of data gathering and data recording by police. So thank you for that. Thank you for raising all of that. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the questioners. it is now time to move on, if I could do, to our chair's reports. I'm going to be asking Fiona McQueen to lead the first 3 items on this because she has a range of responsibilities. So if I can then ask Revised Model of Policing Oversight Group, which I normally chair, but Fiona, I was away, as I explained. Fiona McQueen has chaired.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I think we've got a more substantive item of the 3-year business plan later on the agenda, but what we noted was, I think, good progress. There's been a lot of work. It's been moved at pace, and it was good to see that crystallising of looking to the future, but delivering something, you know, in 1, 2 and 3 year chunks. We noted also that there were going to be issues around, you know, finance and risk, and how we would need to move forwards, but also pleased about the engagement with HMICS, diversity staff associations, trade unions and staff associations. And obviously we'll have more to say, but we were supportive and endorsing the proposal to come today to the authority.
Thank you, Fiona. Any questions? Thank you very much. Now, People Committee, Fiona.
People Committee, as always, wide and I think making good progress in terms of we're beginning to crystallise on what's happening across, you know, leadership commitment, the strategy. We now have strategic workforce plan as well as the people strategy, and we're beginning to see, I think, real tangible benefits of having a whole system cohesive approach. But we're particularly pleased to see the workforce with a wellbeing plan in terms of pulling together strands from across the analysis that Police Scotland had carried out, HMICS reviews, so that we have something here in a comprehensive offer. We were also interested and looking forward next time to receiving more on sex equality and tackling misogyny in terms of how some of the outcomes will be measured, to make sure, again, there are real tangible differences for the sexism, equality, tackling misogyny right across the service. And interestingly, the survey, which we've heard has been a good uptake in terms of staff voice. We were pleased to see over 50% of staff participating in that, and we will be expecting to see the Police Scotland response to that in a special workshop for us.
Thank you. Any questions? Great. Again, finally, from Fiona, Complaints and Conduct Committee.
So Complaints and Conduct Committee, again, a very fulsome agenda and fulsome discussion. Again, pleased to see the real progress in this area in terms of the openness and transparency, some of the work that's been done in sexual misconduct, and looking at the learning opportunities that are available for staff. And I think the committee will be looking to see the impact of that and evidence of the impact of that. Some areas that, again, the committee is looking for further information on: the backlog of the non-criminal complaints that are more within the control of Police Scotland at our next committee meeting, and again, some of the issues in terms of the park audit and the recommendations. We'll be looking forward to seeing more of that at our next meeting.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Just to be clear, Fiona was standing in for me at the Revised Model of Policing and standing in for Katerina Kasper at Complaints and Conduct. He's not taking over all the committee.
Fortunately, much as it was a pleasure.
The next is Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee. Mary Pitt-Casely. Mary?
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you would see from the report, it was a relatively short and focused meeting that we had on the 10th of September with only 2 substantive items of business. The first of these was the annual audit report from our external auditors, Grant Thornton, for 2023-24. A very positive report. We did get a summary of the findings from Grant Thornton, and we were able to seek assurance in a few areas that were covered in the report, but as I say, generally very positive. We also had an important task in terms of final consideration of the draft annual report and accounts before these are brought before the authority today. We are recommending that they be approved. These will be considered in private today for the reasons that you stated, Chair, because we can't consider these in public until they've been laid before Parliament. But again, the committee felt that the draft annual report and accounts were very clear. The narrative was clear and very positive, and the accounts were perfectly clear for us as well. So Thank you to everybody involved in the preparation of these documents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the chair of that committee? No. Next, it's Resources Committee, Grant McRae.
Thank you, Chair. This meeting of the Resources Committee was an additional one to cover 2 items of business. First of all, the Q1 change portfolio, because the paper wasn't available at our last Resources Committee meeting. We considered the report and commended the work done to improve what is being reported to the committee, but both Police Scotland and members agree that further improvements are necessary to develop the reports so that it fully meets the requirements of the authority. We also discussed at some length the way in which progress is made and delivered on each of the items of change, and agreed that the role of the senior responsible officer was so important and critical to the progress. So going forward, we anticipate asking the project SROs to come along to tell us how they're progressing on delivery of projects on time and within budget. Our members reaffirmed our expectation that body-worn video cameras will be deployed to officers by the end of the financial year, and requested that Police Scotland write to the chair of the authority to provide clarity on the timeline for body-worn video, highlighting any further risks to delivery with the mitigating actions, because this is such a key item of interest to the public at large. Turning to the second item on our agenda, which was the Estates Master Plan, we spent a long time looking at this in considerable depth and endorsed the master plan and the next steps to be progressed. But this is a more substantive item on the agenda today at item 9, so I'll say more at that stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Grant? No. Policing Performance Committee, Alistair Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the report as read. As always, there's 4 main areas of business. There's policing performance reporting, the oversight of operational policing matters, the oversight of improvement in policing, and we also review the work plan for the committee going forward. Just to draw out a couple of highlights, this was the first time in terms of the policing performance report for Q1 that the new format had been provided to the committee. It's an outcome focus report. We really welcome this, particularly the use of benchmarking and also a degree of disaggregated data. We felt it was, and this is probably not the right term, it was a relatively easy read. It told a story, it painted a picture, and it enabled some really helpful, we hope, questioning. So that was welcome. We also got the annual policing plan. We got the baseline and the metrics, and we got a commitment from Police Scotland that when the half-yearly report comes to the committee in December, they will provide detailed timelines for each of the key deliverables. We also got a commitment from Police Scotland that in terms of the biometric strategy, that this will be produced by Q4 of 24-25. And the last thing that I would highlight is we got a deep dive presentation on violence within Scotland, and this was complemented by the Violence Reduction Unit being in attendance, who presented their annual plan to us. So a very helpful and worthwhile committee, and happy to answer any questions if there's any at this stage.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. With that, I'm going to move on to the Chief Constable's report. I'm going to hand straight over to the Chief Constable.
Thank you, Chair. Later in the agenda, we will be discussing the COSLA strategic update. And I'd like to underline my thanks for the strong relationships that policing has with our local authorities right across Scotland, and that piece of work and endeavour is led by Councillors Morrison and Chambers, and those relationships assist both policing and local authorities greatly as we seek to ensure the safety and protection of people in Scotland. And police officers and staff work closely with council colleagues at a strategic, tactical and operational level, and that's reflected in the work that is being presented today. Police Scotland greatly values local scrutiny and accountability, prevention and early intervention and health and wellbeing, and I fully support the priorities of our partnership plan and the principles of strong collaboration, including in respect of resources and investments. These principles run throughout our vision for policing and our business plan, which we're presenting later today. During the development of the plan, we had two rounds of engagement with COSLA and Solace, amongst other key partners and agencies. And this week, local divisional commanders are writing to local authorities in their areas to update colleagues on the progress. Chair, my report reflects the importance of setting a vision for policing and a business plan which will help everyone in Police Scotland align action to deliver our ambitions. I know we will discuss the vision and the approach to our estate, which is also part of the business plan later today. And as we prepare and implement plans for the immediate, medium and long term, my report highlights some of the fantastic policing our officers and staff are delivering for our communities right across Scotland every day. This includes investigations resulting in convictions and sentencing for terrorism offences, serious and organised crime, human trafficking and sexual offending, as well as a number of significant drug recoveries. My report outlines arrests in respect of the investigations into the disappearance of Kasia Smith and in connection with the death of Brodie McGregor. We're also supporting campaigns aimed at reducing serious injuries and fatalities on our roads and to prevent online, email and phone-based fraud as part of the prevention work that's vital for the safety of our communities. I highlight progress in two areas where system-wide change is necessary to improve outcomes for members of the public and to enable officers and staff to deliver effective policing in our communities. First, we've now made the Mental Health Index available to all officers on their mobile devices, providing contact details for in and out of hours single point of contact in each health board. The key objective is to ensure a person does not have to present or be conveyed to an emergency department unless this is the most appropriate place for the individual to be cared for. In August, we spoke about how close collaboration between officers and health colleagues in Lanarkshire had significantly reduced officer attendance at emergency departments. In 2023, the community triage service in Lanarkshire was used on almost 2,000 occasions. This allowed patients to be triaged over the phone and to remain at home or access an appointment for a mental health assessment within an hour. Importantly, in the vast majority of calls, officers do not attend emergency departments, with potential officer attendance reduced by over 80%. This national resource can assist in helping members of the public to access the help they need and deserve, while also reducing policing's role in caring for people who are in mental health distress and crisis. Our mental health task force continues to work with partners and across the service to drive improvements in this vital area. Second, I welcome the progress of the summary case management pilot and decision to expand the process nationally. The summary case management pilot was launched in September 2022 at Dundee, Hamilton, Paisley Sheriff Courts, before being expanded to Glasgow and Perth earlier this year. The evaluation of the pilot has been published and reports that over 500 summary trials did not need to be fixed as a result of early resolution, meaning thousands of citations, including those for a significant number of police witnesses, were avoided. Summary case management can deliver early resolution for victims and witnesses, a reduction in police officers attending court, and a substantial decrease in case backlogs. This is a front-end investment for policing in the preparation of cases. Judicial leadership and local grip through courts and prosecutors is crucial to follow through on that investment, and achieve the benefits for victims and efficiencies for policing, while this is hugely encouraging, it illustrates what can be delivered through the summary case management pilots. I'm grateful for that leadership and commitment which has been demonstrated by Sheriff Principal Anwar, by the court service and by the prosecutors, and I would reaffirm our willingness to engage in a system-wide improvement in the criminal justice system. I've consistently underlined the impact that criminal justice inefficiencies have on Police Scotland, our operational capacity, our overtime bill, and the well-being of our officers. It is not financially or operationally sustainable, and further improvements and efficiencies must be prioritised and accelerated right across the criminal justice system. Moving on, my report outlines the latest intake of officer recruits who we welcomed to Police Scotland earlier this month. These 129 probationary constables followed recruitment at the end of March, in May, in June and in July, and will be followed by further cohorts in November, January and March as we progress towards recruitment of over 1,300 officers, as outlined in the plan shared with the authority in June. Our recruitment allows us to make significant progress towards reaching our funded officer establishment of 16,600. A strong and effective police service is a prerequisite to ensure that Scotland can thrive and flourish, and that our communities and visitors are safe and secure, and, for example, able to participate in events. And finally, I note the progress in relation to Glasgow hosting the 2026 Commonwealth Games. And although preparations are at an early stage, we are establishing a planning team. Police Scotland has an enviable reputation and significant experience in policing major events. And we will work with our partners, including Scottish Government, to assess the resource required to support the delivery of a safe and secure Commonwealth Games. Thank you, Chair. I'll pause there for questions.
Thank you, Chief Constable. I've got several members who have indicated. I'm going to go through them. If any other member would like to ask a question, indicate to me and I'll add you to the list. So, Pauline Howie.
Thank you, Chief Constable. Congratulations to everybody involved in the summary case management pilot and its subsequent introduction in other areas. I was really pleased to read that it's now been agreed by all partners to roll out this across the country. Do you and partners have any indication as to the timescales that you'll be pursuing?
Thank you. DCC Smith will take that.
Thanks for the question. So the way forward, the timescales for national rollout are being decided through a working group which has been reconvened again. I think really important to say that we have put forward some feedback around the evaluation of the pilot in terms of how well it worked with DESC and how key that is to follow the rollout of DESC around Scotland. So that's a recommendation that we've put forward. There's also been a lot of learning taken out of the pilot areas, which you would imagine. So we've started a working group with partners to understand actually how can we use that learning in the implementation and the rollout moving forward. So in terms of timescales, we await the full plan, but we can bring that back as and when we know that, of course. But just, I suppose, really important to say that we're really supportive. We've seen the benefits and what this can do for justice across Scotland. So thank you.
You had another question?
Yes, thank you. It was to do with the mental health index. Again, really pleased to see that now available. Is it available across the whole country, and what's your approach to continuous improvement? And how does that fit within the wider work that you're doing to help people suffering from mental health distress access the right care at the right time?
Thank you. So firstly, it is available across the country, so officers in every part of Scotland have access to the index. I think really importantly, it builds on our first phase, which was about the mental health pathway. So the great work that's been done in C3 at that first point of contact is valuable. This now builds on top of that and provides the officers with the opportunity at that point of engagement with vulnerable people to access that invaluable guidance, and also allows the individuals to engage directly with the clinicians. So we're 2 weeks into the rollout of the index. We have a plan to monitor and to evaluate that. The early feedback that we're receiving from officers anecdotally across divisions is really, really positive. It's been really well used. Their sense of is that when they're making those calls it's engaging, and they're getting a good service. So, as the Chief indicated in her report, our aim here is to prevent the requirement to head to accident emergency hospitals and find resources delayed there. So the early signs are really positive, but it will take just a little bit more time to fully evaluate that.
I know Chris Cregan was going to have a follow-up question about evaluation, but he's indicated you've answered that. So I would just ask you, when will we have that evaluation? That's the first part. And the second is, we are interested both in the improved service for people in distress and mental health, as well as the officer efficiency side of it. So we'd like to, if the evaluation took account of both, we'd like to see that. So can you give me an indication of when that might come?
I haven't got an exact timescale for that, Chair. What I can say is we're scrutinising that on a monthly basis through the Strategic Oversight Group, which I chair. There's also a critical role for the partners, so we have a partners delivery group, which is really well represented by a range of partners, including the SPA. So I would be keen in the coming months that we would come back with that. Certainly within this financial year, we'll be able to give you a more substantive update in terms of progress and early evaluation of the work that's ongoing.
Thank you. And to reflect the Christie Commission as well about people-centred services, that isn't just about saving officers' time. It's actually about getting a better service to people in mental health distress, and we'd like to see the evidence of how that has occurred. I saw that firsthand in Lanarkshire, so I was very impressed with what's happening.
Chair, can I just add to that? And you make a good point around the Christie report, but our policy position of not turning our back on individuals who calls us, I think, is testimony to adhering to those principles of the Christie Commission. People will be aware, or the board will be aware, of different practice across the United Kingdom. I say on a regular basis, we'll never turn our back on an individual. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Chief Constable. I'm going to come to Caroline about Caroline.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Chief Constable, for your report as always. I've got a couple of questions, if I may. You touched on the recruitment and welcoming 129 new probationers into the service, so welcome to all of them. I just wondered if you could give us an estimate of when you think you'll get back to the 16.6 complement. And my second question is regarding the Commonwealth Games, which you also touched on. Great to be having that back in Scotland again. But given that we had 7 years the last time to prepare for it, I just wondered if you could tell us how confident you are that you've got enough time to prepare. And secondly, these things are not free, so is there any budget associated with that to help you prepare for this year and for next year that's going to come to help? Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. I'll take your first question around police officer numbers. So far in this year, we've seen over 700 new recruits coming into the service. The Chief indicated that we'll have further intakes in this year. And as it stands just now, we have another 620 or so officers will join us in this financial year. One of our challenges is around monitoring those who leave the service. And what I've seen in recent months is that those numbers are reducing a little bit. The vast majority, over 70% of those who leave the service, are retiring from the service. So I am confident, and we have an ambition that within this financial year, we will realise our establishment of 16,600, predicated a little just on trying to keep a close track on those who would retire and leave the service.
Commonwealth questions, Games questions in there?
CC Connors will respond in relation to Commonwealth Games.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the question. As we know, the Commonwealth Games will be held in July and August 2026, and it will be coming to Scotland as far as we're aware. So full details are still yet to be agreed with Commonwealth Games Scotland and the Commonwealth Games Federation. So until details are known and we're absolutely clear and we've been able to engage, we're not going to know exactly what a scaled back Games looks like. However, as everybody knows, Police Scotland has a very well-deserved and enviable reputation in delivering and preparing for major events. So we don't have any concerns on that front. The experience is within Police Scotland. However, we do need to work with partners to assess the impact on resources and finance. And I will ask James to come in to talk a little bit around the finance, because I think that's a key thing that we need to factor in. We will be really clear on our roles and responsibilities in terms of throughout the event, to make sure that the roles and responsibilities sit where they need to and police don't absorb roles and responsibilities. which sometimes when there are shortened planning timescales, that can happen. Agencies absorb roles and responsibilities they wouldn't normally do because there hasn't been the planning time. Regardless of the scale-back games, it will impact on business as usual. We absolutely know that, both financially in terms of resources. The games fall over a peak period of annual leave, so we need to plan ahead now in terms of we're not going to be able to manage this locally. We are going to have to do mobilisation across the country to be able to bring resources in. Doesn't just impact officers, it absolutely impacts our police staff colleagues as well, because they have many functions that are either on the event or they will have to pick up work in the business as usual space because people have been abstracted. So I want to be really clear, it affects the whole of our workforce. So being able to understand that, the staff distraction away from business as usual, the abstraction into particularly our community policing, which as people know from the business plan, that's something we particularly want to build, and our response policing in other areas where we're already feeling demand. So they will be key. We will obviously monitor the impact on the way through and try and understand it on the way planning, mitigating it through understanding our roles and responsibilities, being really clear around that and trying to be really proportionate in our response. But I will ask James if that's okay to cover some of the financial aspects.
Thank you. On the financial aspects, we have a well-experienced team around cost recovery for events, and so whilst we don't know the specifics yet, we know we've got the right approach, we've got the right people. Same team that delivered the cost recovery around COP26 and Operation Unicorn. So we will work closely with the planning team. We actually will be embedded within the planning team, both from a finance and procurement perspective, to make sure that we capture all the costs accurately. We work with government to make sure that we've got the clear route to be able to recover that cost and agree the business principles up front, as we did with COP26. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask the Chief Executive to make a comment here about this issue as our accountable officer on the finance and planning?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to, in terms of the AO role. So, in terms of the games, I was actually FD at Glasgow from when they decided to bid for the games till they delivered them. It was a period of 10 years. This is more akin to, I'd say, COP26. And as James has said, James's award-winning team for COP26 on finance should be able to deal with that very well. The problem for me at the moment is I'm not sure who we're dealing with. Is it the Games, Commonwealth Games Scotland, is the Federation, is it the government? And that's what we need to absolutely nail down, who makes the decisions around what is required. In terms of the role of the authority, we were very clear in COP26, and Mr. Halpin might want to come in. He chaired the oversight group. We're really clear what our role would be as an authority. I'd like to pass Mr. Halpin for that. But otherwise, we really need to really get agreement, you know, who's calling the shots on this and what guarantees are they going to give us in terms of finance. To Mr. Halpin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Going in the experience of COP26 and the teams are in place, I have great confidence in the ability of Police Scotland to deliver a safe games, but it has to come with oversight and it has to come with safeguards in terms of key areas that has been identified today. There is the finance and overseeing the cost recovery, material costs, and there's inevitably discussions around what's material to the games and what is policing as usual. Ensuring that business as usual from communities in Scotland are kept safe and are not left behind as everyone's up front in the games. Police and staff well-being was extremely important. People are away from home for a long time, they're in duties for a long time, and there's inevitably a focus on the operational delivery, so maintaining that. And the last one I would say is around operational assurance to the board that this is indeed a plan that delivers a safe Commonwealth Games. So those are not new. That was the model that was in place around COP26, and it might well be, once we know more, that we make decisions around that. But I would say at this stage, it's identifying who it is that's leading on it is the most important thing.
Thank you very much. I think this issue is at the moment outside our risk appetite. And that's not because of the competence of policing. It's not because you can't tell us exactly what the opportunity costs are. It's outside our risk appetite because we don't know who the funder will be. And this will incur additional fund over our current budget, which is not included for a Commonwealth Games delivery by Police Scotland or by any forces to give you mutual aid. So I want to have this issue discussed at every board meeting and through Resources Committee. And I want at pace to understand who is guaranteeing the funding for the policing of the Commonwealth Games, because there is at the moment, as I understand it, no funding under our control, and we have the control of the policing budget, no funding for this event. I don't want to make too much of that at the moment, but having said that, only 2 years away, and our Chief Executive did indicate she was in the mix in the 2014 games, and that was being planned and funded for over a decade, and the policing of it was being planned for a long time too. And just to finally deal with COP26, I was involved tangentially, but oversaw all the funding process where there was a clear funder. The UK government absolutely undertook to guarantee the funding of policing of COP26. What we were discussing was what was the bottom line. And that went back and forth, but you know who you were negotiating with, and you knew you were negotiating with an agency the UK government had prior committed to that figure once it was agreed as a reasonable figure. The final thing to say is, of course, this board will always be interested in your professional advice about the opportunity costs and the safe policing as usual. And we're going to come back to that with you to guarantee, as Tom Halpin said, we asked those guarantees and received them over COP26, so very critical for the board. So this is going to be a regular discussion with us, and it will be discussed between board meetings, I'm sure. I'm going to come to Alistair Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your report, Chief Constable. I've got a couple of questions around road safety. At the last Policing Performance Committee, sadly, we saw there was an upturn in the number of road deaths within Scotland and serious injuries, and particularly within the northern divisions, Highland, Grampian and Tayside areas. I wonder if you could give us, an insight into why these areas would appear to be particularly affected, although these tragedies happen across the whole of Scotland. You also allude to, you actually set out the specific campaign around speeding at this moment in time, and DCC Connors at the last highlighted a number of other campaigns that are ongoing in Scotland around road safety. So I wonder as well, given that there's been an upturn, how you evaluate the effectiveness of these campaigns and how you think about future campaigns.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. DCC Connors will give you a response in relation to those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. As you know, we take fatalities on the road extremely seriously. Every single one is a tragedy for families and friends, and we have seen that. And as you know, we have seen an increase, particularly over May, June and July, and particularly in the north area as well. We do have an analyst who works within our Roads Command and is able to give us analytics around the different areas, so we can try and either focus on prevention into areas, put our speed cameras into areas and have those campaigns, as you say. There is nothing in particular that is highlighting a specific single cause in those areas. We are aware that actually the spread of ages is either in the lower end, so the younger people, or it's actually, as I've said before, in the older areas. And that's partly because of speed. 83% of the fatalities do occur on our national speed limit roads, so there is an indication around speed, either because of the slowness of their reactions from some of our older population, or people not taking care when they're doing speed. The challenge we have said with being able to have the visibility of our roads policing command, we do have visibility across all of our commands in terms of every single officer, every single car, including our firearms officers. They're out, they're driving around, they are looking at the areas that they need to be in to try and reduce the speed. I think one of the key things that we are progressing with Scottish Government is around the speed awareness courses, because that is a behaviour change. We can do the enforcement, tickets get issued, our speed camera enforcements in particular are around, but what we do need is an absolute key area, which is around that behaviour change. So we're working really hard with Scottish Government. The initial legislation is there. We're working through the secondary legislation and some of the logistics that will enable us then to be able to bring that forward. So I can give reassurances that we are absolutely focused on it. It is a priority. We totally understand the tragedy that goes with it. And again, you know, I would like to pay tribute to the roads traffic officers who are small in number, and they see these fatalities and these serious collisions time and time again. But being able to work towards diversion and behaviour change is a key element that we're undertaking at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katrina Stewart.
In relation to your item on student safety, you know, I'm very aware of the hugely valuable work Police Scotland does in relation to face-to-face discussions and information and advice, crime prevention advice and so on. My question really is, how does this work within the student population kind of interface with the violence against women and girls work? You know, there have been some very disturbing reports in recent years of specific kinds of crimes against young women students. So I just wondered if you could, you know, drink spiking, for example. So I wondered if you could expand on that a bit.
Thank you. DCC Smith will respond to that question. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. It's actually a really big part of the work that we do in violence against women and girls in terms of the preventative activity, and we've established a lot of academic partnerships with different universities and with bar staff through All Bar None in terms of training. You mentioned spiking, which for me is something that is exceptionally important. We take really seriously around that. So we've actually rolled out a training programme across Scotland with our bar staff around understanding what that looks like. We've looked at, in the way we would with Ask for Angela, we've looked at preventative activity and campaigns that we can make sure that students feel confident and able to speak to somebody within the licensed premises if they have an issue. We've also taken enforcement really seriously around spiking and worked with forensic colleagues in terms of what that looks like with demand moving forward, so we can understand that across the country. But to come back to your first point, it's really important student safety for us, and our PPCW command have got a whole preventative structure working with different partners right across the sector involving Scottish Government and other areas as well to make sure we are working on things that work. So what activity are we doing that's having an impact in terms of reducing a particular crime type, etc. We're also working to make sure we're visible at night in different areas with our local policing commanders and officers and staff, so that our workforce are out on the ground and responding to local needs too, because that varies depending on our cities versus our rural areas as well. So well combined within local policing plans through violence against women and girls strategy and within the preventative arena as well. So lots going on in relation to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom Halpin.
Thank you. It's following on the theme of road safety and recent media commentary regarding e-bikes and illegally modified e-bikes. So speed becomes an issue. It's also a public nuisance issue. Anyone who's driving through busy traffic just now is experiencing it, etc. So my question is, you talked about roads policing being a small number of groups that by reprioritising, etc. The numbers historically have reduced in roads policing. Is that sustainable in terms of investment, and is there a legislative deficit in relation to these e-bikes that we need to call out? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. And actually, yes, there was an article which showed the significant increase in seizures of e-bikes in particular. So the safety of all road users is a priority for us, and that is not just the cars, but that's anybody that's actually on the roads and pedestrians. I think one of the things I would say, if somebody is looking to buy an e-bike or an e-scooter or anything at all, they do need to check the law and legislation that goes with it prior to buying it to understand how those processes work. All of the bikes must obey the traffic laws and actually understand how they actually work on the road. A lot of the concerns that relate to the e-bikes is they can be easily converted so they go over the expected speed. So that is the biggest problem with the e-bikes, which is people then taking conversion things. Delivery drivers, some delivery drivers will take these converting packages, which means that the e-bikes go much faster than they should. So, and what we also see with some of the e-bikes is people riding them in a disorderly or a harassment type manner on the roads. So we have seen the increase in seizures so far, and that is partly because we are doing a significant amount of briefing officers so that they understand the menace that can go with some of these e-bikes when they're not ridden with consideration for other road users. So it's not just road traffic officers in particular, this is any officer that is out on the streets, particularly again we talk about community officers or response officers, any officer that's out and about, it doesn't just relate to our actual roads officers. We're lucky again to have the analyst who is looking at this, where are we seeing this start to happen, is there anything that we can do in relation to it? I think if I break down the two main reasons for seizing e-bikes is actually the illegal use of the e-bike, and as I say, that is either contravening the traffic laws or converting the bike so it's no longer restricted in terms of its speed. And the other reason for seizing them is because they've been used antisocial, ridden carelessly or inconsistently. So what I would say is we're fully aware of some of the issues with e-bikes, absolutely understand the environmental aspects of it and the fact that people do see this as a mechanism to be able to have some sustainability, so understand that element of it. Encourage anybody who's thinking of buying an e-bike to understand the laws that go with it and ride it with responsibility. But we will take enforcement action and seize that e-bike if somebody is either riding it inconsiderately or they've changed it so it no longer meets the restrictions. And part of the reason you're seeing that increase is because officers are being briefed, they understand it and they will intervene. And we have reported a number of people into the Crown and the Procurator Fiscal for offences against it. So I hope that answers that question.
Thank you very much. Can you just clarify when you seize an e-bike? Is it returned, or is what happens to that, and what recourse does the person you've seized it from have?
So I can get some absolute clarity on that, but as anything that is seized, we have to go through a process, and whereby whatever the offence is that it's been seized for, depending on whether or not there is an outcome at court or whatever the process is, we would then need to see whether it could be resolved. But I will absolutely come back to you on that.
Thank you very much indeed. Are there any more questions from board? Sorry, Mary. Yes, you did have it. Mary, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, just to go back for a moment to the issue of recruitment, you clearly have a very significant task in your hands to continue to recruit the numbers that you need to have to meet your target of 1,300 officers this year. So that challenge could, in some circumstances, lead you to looking at reducing the standards of that required from candidates. So I wondered if you could give us some assurance about that, whether that's in terms of formal qualifications, life skills, experience or whatever. Are we still attracting sufficient candidates of good calibre, and do we anticipate that remaining the case? Thank you.
No, thank you for the question. What's shifted in terms of our recruitment as our standard has not moved. So if I was to go back a couple of years and look at our recruitment pace, for every 300 or 350 applicants that we received, we would recruit about 140 people. Right now, we are going through about 1,000 applications to recruit slightly over 100. So our selection is about 1 in 9, 1 in 10. That's because the standard has not shifted. What I do find incredibly impressive still, and I met with 129 new recruits in the last week, the range of diversification in terms of their life's experience, their skills, their occupations that they've held is incredible. We are still recruiting from the age of 18 into the early 50s. So there's a real spectrum of recruits, not only by age, by gender, by ethnicity, but by their experience. So on a positive front, when you benchmark across the UK, we are still a very attractive employer in the public sector. But we are working harder to attract people, and we're having to work through a larger proportion of applications to maintain that standard.
Thank you very much, and wish you well with your...
Just got one follow-up myself, DC Spears. It probably be answered in People Committee. It's all about retention as well. You attract, and then it's the challenge of retention over a fairly short period of time. Is that still a positive story compared historically? Are you retaining those you've attracted into policing at the same kind of rate?
Yes, in my mind is a short answer. If you look at just last month alone, we've seen 56 officers leaving the force. About 72 or 73% of them were retiring. Everybody will be familiar with the pension arrangements having shifted a little bit. But on the whole, we are retaining our recruits. What I would say when you engage with younger recruits, they're not necessarily joining policing as it's a vocation for the rest of their life. I think that's probably quite typical of a generational matter. So in the early stages, a lot of those younger recruits, probably between 18 and 25, 26, wouldn't necessarily at this point in time see policing being a forever career. But we can only look at the detail, and we're working hard to ensure that when people do leave the organisation, we have exit interviews, we understand the circumstances that are taking them to leave, and we're playing that through our people board, and we would bring that detail back into the people committee.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from board members? Thank you as always, Chief Constable and your team, for answering these questions and going through the insights you can give to the board in public about these matters, and for the follow-ups that no doubt will come through our committees. I'm going to now take a short break, 15-minute break, so I can come back at 25 to. Thank you very much. Hello, I wonder if I could reconvene the board after our short break there. I'm going to ask you to slightly change the agenda to take item 7 next, which is COSLA Strategic Update. We have Councillor Shona Morrison and Councillor Maureen Chalmers with us this morning. So in order, because they're here and they're very, of course, very busy, so we're going to go to them and just say before I start, Councillor, how grateful I am for the support you give the authority, and our strategic partnership, and the Chief Constable was mentioning that this morning, is absolutely critical to us. And I'm absolutely delighted with working with Maureen Chalmers within the authority and within Alistair Hayes' Policing and Performance Committee. And of course, like everything in Scotland, Maureen and Chalmers know each other because she was a former CAB manager, so I used to be chief executive there. So I wonder if I could hand over to you, and formally President. Thank you very much.
That title sounds quite official, doesn't it? Thank you very much, Martin. Delighted to be here this morning. And we, of course, had a really good session at our leaders' meeting a few months ago with Martin, and Chief Constable came along, and some really good discussion with our leaders. So thank you so much for your time and for your contribution there as well. It was much appreciated. So I'm delighted to have the opportunity to attend the board today and to emphasise our ongoing commitment to strong collaboration between local government and policing. As a small organisation, COSLA requires strong relationships with our partners. To best serve Scotland's communities, it is essential these relationships are based on mutual trust and respect, with early and meaningful collaboration around policy design and implementation. The partnership agreement approved in February was a pivotal moment to strengthen collaboration on agreed strategic priorities. The Partnership Delivery Plan demonstrates the range of joint activity that is taking place to fulfil these commitments, all of which are going a long way to ensure the safety and well-being of Scotland's communities. Councillor Maureen Chalmers will provide a detailed overview of several of the activities COSLA are involved in to support the implementation of the plan. It's reassuring for us all and that the recent riots across England have not been replicated in Scotland. This is not, however, a reason for partners to be complacent. Ensuring we have the right joined-up strategies in place to identify and respond to public disorder risk is essential. An example of very current planning in this space is the Strategic Operation Moonbeam Gold Group, which COSLA is a member. This group provides the strategic direction in advance of the increased risk of public disorder and antisocial behaviour over the bonfire night period. Alongside all the efforts to improve and enhance community safety is the substantial partnership working in community justice. As everyone is aware, there is a national commitment to shift the balance from custody to community, outlined again in the programme for government. As you will see from the COSLA paper, there are several strands of work taking place to support the delivery of the Scottish Government strategy for community justice, all of which are contributing to this shift in balance. In addition, emergency release powers were enacted over the summer, which required close collaboration. You will know that the prison numbers have gone up again since these emergency powers, and all our partners, including COSLA, are regularly coming together to look at ways to manage this crisis. All agencies will be feeling the strain of these demands, with local authorities being no different. As the shift from custody to community progresses, so will the demands on local government, including justice, social work and housing. It is therefore critical that we collectively monitor and identify the impact any measures will have on resources and services. We are all operating in some of the most challenging times we've seen. There is a lot for us all to do, and the benefits of partnership working is evident in many of the updates we are hearing today. I want to ensure that COSLA continues building on this partnership, taking it from strength to strength through the multiple work streams and governance groups. I also look forward to continue to routinely meet with the Chief Constable and the Chair of the SPA as we progress this work together. Thank you, Martin, and I'll hand over to Councillor Chalmers.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Chair. It's lovely to see some people here in person that I normally see in a wee box in an online meeting, so it's lovely to be here. Leslie Webber, one of our COSLA team, is also in attendance if there's any questions afterwards.
As you can see from the COSLA paper, there are a number of activities taking place that demonstrate collaboration between policing and local authorities. I'd like to provide an overview of areas of work that COSLA are actively engaged in through the Partnership Delivery Plan, Community Safety and Community Justice. There are several strands of work within the Partnership Delivery Plan that COSLA are involved in taking forward. For this meeting, I will provide an update in relation to Equally Safe, Bairnshouse, mental health demand and asset sharing principles. As previously mentioned, we are really keen to ensure the work of Police Scotland, Violence Against Women and Girls Strategy and Equally Safe aligns, and that we maintain the collaboration we've built over time. You'll have hopefully all seen the recently published 2024 to 26 delivery plan, through which we will all work with partners and stakeholders to establish a public health approach to prevention, develop a flexible and stable funding model, further develop trauma-informed workplace practice, and strengthen links to other areas of public protection. The launch of the Equally Safe Delivery Plan was attended and spoken at by myself and the Equalities Minister, Cocab Stewart. Both COSLA and Police Scotland are members of the National Bairnshouse Implementation Group, which meets for the first time this week, on the 24th of September, replacing the previous Bairnshouse Governance Group. While there are officially 6 pathfinders and 4 affiliates, most areas of Scotland are actively considering how to develop Bairnshouse. COSLA is supporting all 32 local authorities with implementation of the Scottish Child Interview Model, and most local partnerships are building on this to develop Bairnshouse. Mental health demand is something that we all have shared concerns around, and as has already been discussed today, there is clearly a lot of collaboration currently taking place to address demands on policing in respect of mental health. COSLA has been a key partner of the Mental Health Distress and Policing Partnership Delivery Group. We recently took the proposed framework for collaboration, which is out to consultation, to both our Community Wellbeing Board, which I chair, and the Health and Social Care Board for views and feedback. This has now been shared with the consultation process. I'm really pleased to tell you that the Asset Sharing Principles document for local authorities and Police Scotland has now been finalised. This was drafted collectively by Scottish Futures Trust, COSLA, Police Scotland and Solace, and work is now underway to consider next steps around deploying and following the principles. The group will next meet on the 28th of October to take this forward. The document has also been shared with the Scottish Government Property and Construction Division. You will have seen from the paper how much COSLA has been involved in a range of policy areas to enhance and improve community safety. We have officer membership in the Prevent subgroup, and you'll hopefully have seen that the Prevent Duty Guidance for Scotland has been refreshed this year and became statutory on the 19th of August 2024. COSLA are continuing to work with the Scottish Government and partners to support the implementation of the guidance. We have been a key partner with Scottish Government and Police Scotland in the Action Group on Processions. Following us jointly agreeing the final draft, the report was published in June and sets out 6 actions to be taken forward by the Processions Working Group, who are next due to meet on the 3rd of October. We were really pleased to collaborate with Police Scotland and Solace in the creation of the Memorandum of Understanding for Firework Control Zones that clearly lays out roles and responsibilities. This will enable greater consistency in approach across all policing divisions and local authorities with regards to data requests, should there be a case for an area to become a firework control zone. COSLA has also worked with Scottish Government to agree the methodology for the distribution of funding to local authorities to support the firework control zones implementation. We're also a member of the Scottish Government's Hate Crime Strategic Partnership Group, and you may be aware that the Hate Crime Strategy has a commitment specifically for COSLA and Scottish Government to work together to develop a toolkit of resources for local authorities and their partners to help address hate crime and build community cohesion. Police Scotland have highlighted the extent of increased reporting seen since the introduction of the Act, and we hope that this toolkit can go a long way to improving the overall identification and response to this crime. COSLA is also supporting the review of current approaches to tackling antisocial behaviour, recently supporting Scottish Government to hold an engagement session with elected members across Scotland to better understand the needs and challenges of communities in relation to antisocial behaviour. We know that there is a need to focus on prevention while also being mindful of resources and budget pressures. It's expected that findings of the review and engagement work will be ready by the end of the year, where we're keen to understand the next steps and what this will mean for local government and policing. Last but not least, under community safety is the work to prepare for the implementation of the XL Bully Dogs safeguards, which came into force on the 31st of July 2024. This was an emergency measure that was taken that has ultimately led to resource challenges across local authorities and Police Scotland. I've met with the Minister twice this year to look at ways of addressing the challenges and to support collaboration. Work is ongoing to identify what is possible within existing resources and where there are gaps, with the next meeting due to take place between partners on the 1st of October. Last week, the Scottish Government also put on a ministerial roundtable for dog control and dog welfare. This session unfortunately clashed with COSLA convention, so I was unable to attend. However, COSLA had officer representation. It was a good opportunity for partners to come together to look at what the current challenges are and explore what is possible in the short term and begin discussions on longer term change. In relation to community justice, we're all very aware of the current demand and pressure on Scottish prisons in relation to the prison population. There's a lot of work going on between all partners to agree measures that can bring down the population in the immediacy and in the longer term. Everyone worked flat out over the summer to support the emergency release of prisoners, but sadly we're now seeing numbers peak again. It's warming to see the collaboration between partners as we collectively grapple with the challenge. But we are naturally concerned about the impact on local government and resources as we shift the balance from custody communities, as the President spoke about a few minutes ago. COSLA will continue to be actively engaged in this planning process, both in terms of what needs to happen now, but also the longer term plans for reducing the prison population through activity in the revised National Strategy for Community Justice and the Programme for Government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, President and Councillor Chalmers. I'm now going to open up to board members, and I've got a number of board members who indicated they'd like to speak. If you'd like, when I come near the end, I'll ask other board members who want to come in. So, Chris Cragen first. Chris.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, President and Councillor, for speaking to us today. You've emphasised very strongly collaboration, and that echoes the Chief Constable's commitment to partnership working earlier on our agenda today. Your report refers in various respects to that in terms of whole system working, for example, in relation to the challenge of mental health, to multi-agency working in the context of antisocial behaviour. And I wondered if you could comment on the challenge of realising the commitment, the commitment to making that multi-agency working and whole system approach work and be sustainable in practice in the context of the fiscal constraint that obviously is an issue for our respective organisations.
Thanks very much for the question. So, as you'll all appreciate, it's difficult times for local government, as it is for many of our organisations throughout Scotland. And we've had some really good examples of how we ensure that fiscally we're streamlining as much as possible our resources to ensure the best outcomes for our communities. So I'm thinking along the lines of, and we touched upon it just at the start of the meeting, about co-location, for instance, as we move to very much so local government home working. And a hybrid option for many of our employees, which also has a nice life-work balance for them. That we find we have lots of buildings within local government that are now empty. So we've seen some really good practice throughout Scotland, and I'm thinking of a recent visit to Aberdeenshire, who I believe have a co-location with Police Scotland there, and how well that's working. And absolutely, when it comes to that question around whole system working and whole family working, that type of setup is absolutely key, where agencies are working right beside one another, able to share information quickly, ensure that the absolute priorities of our communities are dealt with in a way that's responsive. So that, I would suggest, would be one way that we can practically look at working together to ensure that despite the fiscal challenges, we're drawing our resources all together for the best outcomes.
One of the things that pops up at just about every kind of meeting I go to is about data sharing and removing barriers to being able to share how we work and making sure that we use the expertise that we've all got and that we recognise who's got what expertise where. Because I think where people work really effectively together, it's because they recognise where the strength and resource lies and work with that. Now, we've got fantastic officers at local level right across all our agencies who do that, and I think through COVID we did a lot more of it. I just worry that we sometimes fall back a wee bit and fall back into silos. So I think we just need to, in leadership roles, keep encouraging that and make sure that we find every opportunity to remove barriers for our officers locally to work effectively together and to recognise and don't be precious about expertise and resources.
Thank you. I know Tom's going to ask a question about co-location, but has that been answered, Tom?
Partly. I mean, the commitment to co-location is evident. The latest figures I see in terms of physical co-locations in 15 local authorities in Scotland. There's 64 co-locations in total. There's 33 under consideration. So this is a very active thing. But it's beyond the physical co-location. You mentioned the whole systems approach, the importance of place-based as an approach, the data sharing, the co-location of teams as well. And some of the barriers can be, the reality is different from the fear. You know, can you have co-location with custody facilities, etc.? That can be a barrier as well. So it's that commitment to the depth of planning and thinking and the routine co-planning rather than it's an initiative. Can we approach you and what do you think that this happens, particularly in the financial constraints that we operate in at this time?
Thank you very much. Yep.
Thanks, Tom. I absolutely agree, concur with all your comments. I think it absolutely is key, and I think we did have that. We've had this kind of natural, I guess, nudge in absolutely the right direction, but we continue to need to have those discussions, very kind of real and open discussions when it comes specifically. Of course, it should always be focused on outcomes, but the reality is, we have significant fiscal challenges. So, just to ensure that we are having those very open budgetary discussions as well within our community planning partnerships, so that we can actually get tangible change coming out. It's great to hear that we've got so many initiatives on the go when it comes to co-location. But absolutely it's the way we should be working without a doubt, because as you've said, when it comes to that knowledge about place and understanding our communities, there's no better place than to be embedded within the community and sharing in that multi-network with colleagues, even those soft conversations that can bring about actual real change for people.
Thank you very much. Can I move on to Fiona McQueen?
I think the question's probably already been answered, but I'll ask it anyway. I was interested from a strategic intent point of view. There's obviously excellent partnership working with Police Scotland right across the community planning partnerships. If there was one either additional thing or one thing that needed to be strengthened to go even further, do you have a sense of what that would be?
I know, I think it's just to do a bit more. We probably don't have enough time to kind of look at some of the areas. So recently I was in some meetings with Jane, and we were talking about planning, and we were saying, we need to do a wee bit more collaboration here, but we just need to get maybe more opportunity to discuss some of those things so that we're ahead of the game with that kind of thing. So it's probably just a wee bit more time on some aspects of the big stuff, the big things that we're working on together.
I'd maybe come in there. I think that lends itself, the question lends itself, and Maureen's response as well, to our ongoing lobbying to government around preventative spend and how we get in really early to identify issues within our communities. As you'll appreciate, majority of our budget has been ring-fenced over the years, and we're absolutely managing to make a shift there with the Verity House agreement now with Scottish Government. We're absolutely making inroads into ensuring that councils have those flexibilities that they require to make sure the very best of outcomes. So I think that probably lends itself as well, that we absolutely need to be having those early conversations, but we need the financial resource to be able to make real change.
Thank you. Paul Eady, you have a question?
Thank you. I think in the interest of openness, Chair, I should say that I was a councillor for 23 years and my constituency, my wards, was effectively 50 yards from here, 100 yards from here, starting at Donaldson's School and going out all the way out to the Drumbury roundabout. So I do have some questions, some observations. Firstly, a lot of what you've been saying about partnership working presses a lot of buttons with me. I've always found that good partnership working was always greater than the sum of the parts. And I'm curious how you manage to maintain good partnership working when one of the partners has had particularly difficult time with resources. In this case, local government has really been stretched for a very, very long time. So how do you manage to prioritise partnership working within budget discussions in councils and service discussions in the council? And I know what it's like because I've been inside that. So that's my first question.
Thanks for the question, and well done for doing 23 years as a councillor. That is a long time. Yeah, the absolutely pressures are very real, and we're feeling it across all of our organisations. And I'll revert back to my previous comments around having those very real and open discussions when it comes to forums like our community planning partnerships. So I think, I'm always personally in my own area, which is Murray, encouraging that very frank discussion about where we can assist, where we can streamline, we can ensure we're getting our best value for a pound. But it is difficult, the challenges are very real. But again and again, and we've just finished last week our COSLA conference where we celebrated 12 outstanding team examples of really innovative work, and we had over 200 applications from across the country. So even despite diminishing finances and fiscal challenges, there's still some incredible work going on out there, and often it's the very subtle stuff that makes huge differences to people's lives. Things that cost very little amounts of money, but are hugely impactful, and we see that again and again. Our staff do an absolutely incredible job to ensure, despite the budgetary challenges, that they are looking for the most innovative ways to ensure their communities have the very best outcomes that they can have.
Good partnerships rely on good relationships, and I've always felt that if you're going to be a good partner, particularly in a leadership role, you need to invest in relationships and you need to bring yourself into that. So I did that as a councillor in South Lanarkshire, as the chair of the Community Planning Partnership in South Lanarkshire, and that helps you achieve work, because if you build good relationships, you build good partnerships, and you therefore build trust and respect. And when times are tough for one partner, others step in and support that. And again, I chaired the CPP in South Lanarkshire all the way through the pandemic, and I saw that in abundance, that people really stepped up and beyond what they would normally do to support each other. So I'm conscious that people are stepping up and investing a lot in that, and we can only do that so much because people are beginning to get really tired, and I'm conscious about recruitment and retention issues that we have sometimes at local level in some areas of our workforce too. But I think if you can ensure good relationships, good partnerships and respect and trust, then it helps people keep people on board and give a wee bit more of themselves.
Great, thanks for that. The second thing I've got is an observation and then a question on something else. So the observation was because good partnership working is often underpinned by good quality information sharing protocols and rolling those out in action. And actually, those are really key. But I have observed over the years there are some professional disciplines that are a bit more cautious about information sharing. And actually getting them to let go a little bit really raises things, and understanding the benevolent intent of good quality information sharing protocols. And we've had them for quite some time. So I don't understand why there's still some pushback there from some of these. So that's just an observation. The next area I wanted to just probe on was antisocial behaviour. Now, in my 23 years, ASB was a big ticket issue, but over that time I did see less and less local concern about that, as I think the multi-agency approach to that started to really get to grips with that issue. Now, it's been 7 years since I demitted office. I'm wondering how you feel Police Scotland are, what place they are now in when it comes to tackling antisocial behaviour, and also the perennial dichotomy between local issues and the consistency across the country. Great Tip O'Neill always said that all politics is local. I think all policing is local as well, because there's always a victim in a house somewhere. So how do you get consistency but still deliver on local priorities?
I think consistency is important, but I think taking that place-based approach and making sure that local people are leading. So in the round table that we had recently with elected members throughout Scotland, it was clear there were very different approaches because there were different resources and different ways of working. But there was a consistency to the kind of approach, and that place-based approach was evident. And for example, and I use this in the round table, my ward is Blantyre in South Lanarkshire, and in recent times we've had quite a lot of youth disorder around about retail facilities in the town. But the approach that was taken to that was about the council and police coming together with our local youth centre and the school. And because we've got an academy in the centre of the town, and basically we used a youth centre as a place, the safe place, and used a youth work approach to resolve that. And everyone worked with the youth centre to enable that to happen, including the local retailer. And we had another few examples of similar approaches, and I think that's, basically police say, what can we do to help? How can we make this safe? And so police officers were meeting with young people in the youth centre, as well as the school, and the youth workers were alongside that, supporting it. And it's often a very small group of people in that instance who are causing difficulty, but taking that approach where everyone works together to support those young people is clearly an approach that's getting taken across Scotland in different places. So I think although there might be different ways of doing things, there is a broad consistency around place-based approach and resources working together and recognising who might be the best to lead on certain areas of work. But I think the work we're doing around antisocial behaviour right now is trying to strengthen that and ensure that there is, that people see that good practice and how things can be resolved. We've got a wee way to go, as I was saying earlier on.
Thank you. I'm going to invite the Chief Constable at the end of board questions to you to make any comment about, or her team to make any comment about the relationship and issues that have been raised here. So thank you for that. Alistair Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President. Really appreciate you coming along here today. If I could I just start with before I come to my question, with just a quick thanks to Councillor Chalmers. I think the value that she adds when she comes along to the Policing Performance Committee cannot be overstated. It gives us some fantastic third-party assurance, but more than that, she adds a robustness to the debate and the discussion on all topics. And I think in terms of scrutinising policing performance and that understanding of what my colleague Paul just said about, he thinks all policing takes place locally. That local insight that you provide from across Scotland is actually remarkable and extremely helpful. So thank you so much for that. My question relates to fireworks and pyrotechnics. I chaired the working group that reviewed fireworks and pyrotechnics in Scotland, and it made a number of recommendations, and you highlight one of the key ones here, which is the introduction of fireworks control zones when the local community requests it. So it's really helpful to see that there's guidance. This is still a relatively new power, that local authorities have, and I'd be interested to understand as you go forward how you intend to evaluate the effectiveness of these firework control zones. Because what we want really is for the antisocial and the criminal elements that sometimes surround the 5th of November to go away, but for those that want to enjoy fireworks to do so safely.
We will be taking that forward. I think, as you know, it's a slow start and kind of folk are just kind of feeling their way into it. So we have some governance mechanisms within COSLA. So first of all, I've got the community safety network, and then we've got the community wellbeing board. So through that board, we will get feedback from it, but we'll also, I think, an officer level, and maybe Leslie would want to comment on this, be working in an officer's level to take forward the evaluation of it. It might be worth Leslie adding something to that.
People who don't have access to the microphone may not be able to be heard on live stream, so we'll put something in the note or something like that to help that. Thank you.
We'll get a wee note of that to you, Alistair.
Oh, thank you. And just to highlight the point you made there, this is new, and hopefully it will improve that experience around fireworks for communities, but the evaluation is so important. So that slowly the benefits are delivered. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I got Mary, then Katrina. Mary.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, and just echo what Alistair has said about Councillor Chalmers' contribution to the committee, but also thank you both for coming along today, because I think you've given us some very good insight into the joint working that is now very well established between us. So thank you for that. You both mentioned in your presentations the issue of the early release from prison and the measures that have had to be taken to deal with that as a bit of an emergency. And I think it's really helpful to note that you've been involved in the preparation and rollout of those measures since 2023. So that's good. And I think probably contribute to this being, I think you said crisis, President, but a crisis, not a total crisis, something that we're hoping to be able to manage and keep on the show on the road. But that will depend very much on a huge amount of commitment from not just your locally pressed, hard-pressed community justice teams, but social work more broadly and housing, as you said. So that is quite a big challenge for councils at a time when your resources have never been tighter. So I wondered if you could say something about the sustainability of that. This is not going to be solved right away. It's about to come back in again with more challenges. So how sustainable is that? And can we be assured that there are some discussions taking place about additional resources for this work? Thank you.
Will I come in just first, and then I'll let Councillor Chalmers come in, because we do have a special interest working group at the moment, I'm sure Councillor Chalmers will speak about. But absolutely, you'll appreciate the pressures that we're experiencing, having had several housing crisis announced throughout Scotland. Specifically have incredible challenges within our major cities as well. Obviously the pressures they're experiencing in other areas of support as well contributes significantly to that as well. We also have a reduction in our capital budget that was announced this year, which is absolutely causing some concerns and anxieties throughout our local government families as to how we absolutely rise to that challenge. So yes, absolutely significant challenges. We're in constant discussion and continue to lobby Scottish Government on all the points and are informed from the information through our authorities about the specific challenges we're having. I've mentioned the cities, but obviously we have lots of further housing crisis out with the Central Belt with regards to lack of available accommodation due to short-term lets, etc. So absolutely a live issue which we identified and prioritised our working group, which I'm sure Councillor Chalmers will speak to.
Firstly, from the work that was done over the summer, there was a learning event last month, and that was an officer event, but there's good to still see a written report from that, but there was good output from that. I think folk expressed a concern about how sustainable it was, obviously, because people put a lot of effort in, but it was complex. and complex for social work, our social work teams, but also complex with the other partners round about that. I've got a meeting coming up in November with the Cabinet Secretary, a routine meeting where we'll discuss how we go forward with this, because obviously people on the ground will do what's needed to keep people safe, as you know, but how sustainable it is to do more of what we did without learning and taking on board and resources to support that. So that'll be something that I'll be taking forward with the Cabinet Secretary when I meet with her soon. Yeah.
Thank you. I've got Katrina Stewart, and the last board question I've got is from Grant McCrae. Katrina.
Thank you. I'd like to say how much I've really enjoyed this discussion today, and you've touched on many areas about which I feel very strongly. I think, like Paul, I probably have to, in the interest of transparency, say that I founded and ran a charity for 10 years for autistic women, and I was an advisor and ambassador for Scottish Government's Improving Understanding of Autism campaign. So it sort of relates to Chris's question, but actually relates to almost everything that's been discussed today. So my question, so there is evidence to underpin that the neurominorities, autistic people, people with ADHD, are disproportionately come into contact with criminal justice services, and that could be for a whole lot of reasons. Often it's to do with vulnerability, often it's to do with mental health issues. We also know that they make up a very substantial portion of people who seek help from both CAMS, you know, for children, and adult mental health services. So my question is really around, you know, what particular cognizance there is of these issues, and how COSLA and Police Scotland can work in partnership with other agencies and third sector bodies, and I'm particularly thinking in terms of prevention, you know, how it's, and given everything that's been discussed today about resources and so on, I just wondered if you could comment on this.
It is a real challenge. I know that we're doing quite a lot of work around women and how they engage with the justice system too. I'm not aware of any particular work from a causal level. It might be something my colleagues within health and social care are dealing with just now, but we do have a justice conveners forum that I chair a couple of times a year, and I'm happy to kind of pick that up and see if that is an issue for them on the ground. Maybe engage with you after the meeting to kind of get a bit more information, so that would help us do that.
Thank you, and we'd be very happy to do that.
Thank you.
I would just add that this morning I was co-chairing the National Trauma Transformation Programme Steering Group along with Minister Todd, and that's about embedding, obviously, through our leadership, trauma-informed practice, where it's right throughout local government and our third sector as well. Some really good productive work coming out of that. We had a presentation from Social Security Scotland this morning, which was, they had some fantastic case studies that they shared with us. So very sort of live issue. We had an improvement service held an online event last week, again about trauma-informed practice and the uptake within local government. We had 700 attendees, which just absolutely goes to show that there's real focus on ensuring that as a workforce we absolutely are trauma-informed.
Thank you very much. A final question, Grant.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you both very much for your presentation and your response to questions. Well, I just wanted to ask Councillor Chalmers a little bit about the 2.4, the Asset Sharing Principles document, because clearly, as you will know, the estate is a very key area of interest to us, and it's further on our agenda this morning. I wonder if you could say anything about how you saw the pace of implementation from this working group going forward, because clearly everybody's very keen to see a lot of action.
I'm personally not involved in that work, so I haven't got any kind of, personally not involved in that work, so I don't have any kind of, but I mean, I think we would all like to go faster at pace, but I'm happy to go away and find out a bit more about what the issues are around about that and come back to you.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I said I'd pass over to the Chief Constable to make any comment her or team would like to make. Chief Constable.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President, Councillor Chalmers. Thank you. Just to reiterate the value that we put into partnership working with yourselves and other key partners across public and voluntary sector, and your point in relation to building relationships, and it's easy sometimes, isn't it, when we face financial challenges to pull back. And you reference a couple of times there in terms of leadership. Well, the leadership in this space is going to need us all to lean in and lean in further. Later in the agenda, I'm going to talk about our vision and our business plan for the next 3 years. And one of the priorities and pillars of that is to strengthen our community policing. Recognising that it's different from urban areas to rural and remote areas. But I'm really confident in doing that, then we further enhance the work. And to your point around try and move ourselves more into the early intervention, prevention, problem solving space. That's brings best outcomes for communities, and as you said, President, from a best value point of view, is the appropriate way to do business, so we're spending money and resource wisely. But thank you for the partnership and the relationship.
Well, thank you very much, President and Councillor Chalmers. Thank you for your comment and your report. You give clear and very public assurance on the very close working relationship between COSLA, Police Scotland and the authority. In my view, our relationship has never been stronger, and that relationship is mutually respectful, great deal of trust, and we've got common objectives. The one thing we clearly always share is well-being of our communities, our families, and the people of Scotland. And I do appreciate the growing, ever stronger relationship we have directly, as the Chair of Performance Committee said, through your presence, and then our regular meetings together, President, and then I meet with the conveners of the safety partners, community safety partners and policing committees across Scotland with you as well, Councillor Chalmers. So thank you for taking your time out here. I know you've got a very busy agenda. I'm very, very happy for you to stay, but I think you probably have enough meetings in your life. So we're going to move on, if you don't mind, as you leave. Thank you very much indeed. We can revert to agenda item 6.
Okay, thank you, Chair. In terms of moving on to more substantive reports, for example, the 3-year business plan, I'll be very brief if I may. I'll take the report as read, and there's just 2 verbal updates I'd like to give. The first one relates to the Forensic Services Awards, which took place in Stirling last Friday afternoon. And this is the 2nd annual Forensic Service Awards, which celebrate innovation and excellence in individual and teams of working across forensic services. And the authority was well represented at the awards by the Chair, the Vice Chair, Paul Eadie, Katharina Casper and Caroline Stewart. I know I speak for all of us and I say we were hugely impressed with all the nominees and the winners announced on the day. The second issue also relates to Police Scotland's Criminal Justice Services Division Awards, which took place last week, and I was delighted to learn that the authority's Independent Custody Visiting Scheme was nominated and won an award for Outstanding External Partner of the Year. So I'm very happy about that. They have really developed that service in the last few years. The award recognised the support and the professional challenge the scheme provides to Police Scotland in order to improve the care and welfare of those in custody. I'm happy to take any questions, Chair, and then I would like you to approve the authority and committee meetings for 25-26, which are set out in the appendix to my report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members? Tom Halpin.
It's not so much a question. In your report, you reference, and we will discuss it later in the annual report and accounts, and as someone as a board member receiving this and reading it, we are well recognise the expertise, the professionalism of preparing the accounts and that the high quality. But I'd just like to compliment this year actually the narrative that tells a story. It certainly is moved on to a different place from when I first came on the board. So just to pay a compliment to that qualitative narrative that's alongside the accounts now. So thanks for that.
Thank you very much, and all due credit to our Chief Executive for driving that. Thank you. Are there any other questions for the board? Can I ask you then to approve the meeting calendar for 2025-26? Thank you very, very much indeed. The final item before the lunch break is going to be item 8, which is the Police Scotland 3-year plan. Again, I'm going to hand straight over to the Chief Constable to lead on this item.
Thank you, Chair. This 3-year plan is presented to the board today for endorsement, and I'd like to thank those board members who have played a significant part in building the 3-year plan. I know those of you who are part of the revised model of policing oversight group have seen quite a lot of detail as we have developed this plan, and grateful for your feedback. Underpinning this is the new vision for Police Scotland 2030, which focuses on safer communities, less crime, a better support for victims, and building a thriving workforce. And I've wanted, as the Chief Constable, to simplify the way in which Police Scotland develop our plans and priorities. And what this 3-year business plan does, it sets out our commitments to improve our organisation and, more importantly, the service we deliver to the public. Priorities within it, I'll just go through 2 or 3. Prioritisation of the front line, which many of you have heard me talk about before. Reconnecting with communities, building our community policing teams, and building a cyber and fraud command to tackle and address the growing instances of people being the victims of online fraud. So they're 3 of the key priorities within the plan. This is set against the challenging financial landscape that we're operating in. It makes a clear intention, ambition from Police Scotland in terms of the direction, but it of course is predicated on funding. And I would describe this 3-year plan and the vision as the next phase of reform for Police Scotland. Our vision and values sets out the guiding principles and ambitions for us moving forward, and the business plan details the steps we're taking to deliver for our communities and our workforce. And as I say, I'll reiterate a prioritisation on frontline services. DCC Connors has strategic oversight of Operation Evolve, which drives the changes necessary to deliver that safe community, less crime, and supported victims, and support our workforce so that they continue to thrive. I'll just highlight a couple of milestones that have already been progressed. So the rollout of DES, digital evidence transfer, the awarding the contract around body-worn video, the establishment of the mental health task force, all of which we've touched on today. And moving forward, we'll share information with you on individual work streams and the progress we're making to deliver those. I want to see us strengthen and embrace a culture that empowers our people so that they can exercise professional judgment and get things done, delivering that high quality service and embracing the innovation that we have within our workforce to deliver the very best for the future, for future communities. And I want us as an executive team to support our people in doing that. So one final point before I open up to questions. We won't wait till 2030 to deliver this, but it was important when setting out the vision that we were looking in the longer term. And I hope the business plan gives you a strong insight in terms of our undertakings to improve the organisation and therefore improve the safety and well-being of all the citizens of Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Constable. The first question from Grant.
Thank you very much, Chief Constable. One of the things that you touched on earlier on this morning was the impact of the Commonwealth Games. And I just wonder to what extent the milestones in this plan might be affected by what we now know, because that was an unknown when this was all being drafted.
Yes, thank you. And it was a point that we discussed as recently as last week as to whether we included it in the final drafting of the 3-year plan. Because there are so many unknowns currently highlighted earlier today in terms of partners in this space, we will consider it when we've got more detail and the impact. But I think for complete candour here, there will be an impact in terms of delivery on some of those ambitions, in terms of they may take a bit longer than we initially anticipated, because the full impact of the games has been seen before across the organisation, and we know, don't we, through things like COP26, how resource intensive these types of events can be. So it will be subject to flexibility, revision, resetting, but important that the authority here today sees the key deliverables from Police Scotland over the next 3 years, and just to your point, will build in the impact of the Commonwealth Games. Thank you.
Thank you. Fiona?
Thanks, Chair. Chief, thank you very much indeed, and I very much welcome the upfront commitment in terms of the well-being and of the workforce. You talk about change, so there is going to be a disruption of the equilibrium perhaps in some ways, but for the positive, to reduce crime and improve things in our community. I wonder if you could say a bit about how you'll manage the workload, because one of the things that comes up at People Committee from the staff associations is at times the workload is too great and causes additional distress. Now we know there's a balance. Stretching work is important and it's good for people's health, but can you talk to me a bit about what measures you put in place to make sure the balance of that workload is safe and appropriate for the staff?
Thank you. Thanks for the question. So first and foremost, I've talked around prioritising frontline resources and community policing, and what goes with that is our actions in relation to impact of criminal justice system, the support for people in mental health crisis, and there's lots of ambition in the plan, but I think what it does is puts in one place the issues and the work streams that we are prioritising. And I think previously that has been a complicated landscape. So I think it supports our leaders and our officers and staff in determining what is a priority, and then how we shift or move our effort and our resource to deliver that priority, and we're not overwhelmed with multiple plans and deliveries. But for the broader point, I think technology is one of the themes within the plan, and this needs to play an increasing part. And I'm thinking specifically around automation and the power of technology to carry out tasks which are often very, very time consuming, and then allow our officers and our staff to be involved in more productive work. And we talked when the councillors were here earlier in relation to data and information. Well, we've got a lot of that. Now we need to find the most efficient way of capturing and making good decisions based on that. So automation, artificial intelligence, we've talked about that before, and start to open up the debate about where that is a force for good in ensuring that we're able to deliver with our 22,000 members of officers and staff, deliver for the public. DCC Connors already has underway an extensive consultation programme with our staff and officers, and there were 500 people engaged this week, and that's one way in which we'll take feedback in terms of what the impact of this is. And I was really cheered that a number of these events were done online, but people were really confident to speak up and come up with ideas. I'm sure she won't mind me mentioning, but there was a lady who's a front office clerk in Glasgow, and she raised the point when we were talking about estate around what about provision for elderly people. She talked about a number of her customers are elderly people who come in, and what will that look like in the future. So it's a really important reminder to us, but at the same time, people are engaging with the business plan, engaging with the vision, and translating that into their own area of work. And actually, and quite rightly posing us the question, what does this mean for my elderly clients, my elderly residents? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pauline?
Thank you, and I very much welcome the development of the longer-term vision and the initial 3-year plan for delivery. I'm a member of the Revised Model of Policing Oversight Group, and so I'm aware that the development of the plan has been through an iterative process of engagement with people in the workforce and also with partners, and it will need obviously that ongoing engagement to make sure that we can deliver the ambition set out within the 3-year plan. So just following on from your response there to Fiona, I wondered about what the future plans are for engagement and involvement, both with people within the service and with our partners.
Thank you. I'm going to ask DCC Connors to give you some more detail around that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question and the opportunity to explain some of the consultation that was going on. So the starting point for the vision was very much some of the community surveys that we've done, making sure that it was really deeply rooted in what the community want, what the public expect us to do, and then also following on from what our workforce have been telling us as well. So really important in relation to talking to our trade unions, our staff associations, and being able to feed that in. I think one of the key things that has come out from all of that is the feedback has been we engaged on the vision. We then followed that up with a separate engagement session around the business plan, rather than trying to put it together to make sure that everybody had an opportunity to really speak out what they felt needed to be in it, and then we incorporated that feedback in it as well. What has really come through very clearly, particularly with partners like the Crown, Scottish Courts and Tribunal, Causeless, Solace, who we've heard from today, is that ability to then continue to influence and be able to see the feedback and make sure that, particularly as we talk about prevention, community policing and partnership working, we're not moving the demands around different areas, which is absolutely essential. So as we develop into each of the year's annual police plans, so as we move into year 2, the annual police plan then develops. That means we're able to get into a lot more detail around that, and that consultation continues. So it's not a one and done, it's a continuous process. In relation to the vision, as the Chief Constable has said, 500 members of staff from Orkney all the way down to the borders, being able to ask questions, and that's not something we've seen. That level of engagement is not something we've seen before, and I think that's really important. But our commitment to staff and partners, that will continue. So in 6 months' time, we will revisit, and as we go into the annual policing plans, we develop the commitments and the milestones, we'll be able to then further make sure we've got the detail around it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Katharina, then Mary.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief Constable. Really welcome the vision, the business plan. Really good to see that level of detail. I'm not a member of the oversight group, so a lot of the stuff is new to me. You have touched, DCC Connors, you've just touched on some, so my kind of question was also around consultation to some degree, and I think you've answered some of my questions. I suppose an observation is it's really welcome, so 500 members of staff is good, but I think by my calculations it's sort of less than 2%, so I do wonder whether you're going to expand that sort of any further. That's my first question, and I also appreciate that for a substantial proportion of your workforce, they will have been through change initiatives already. So they will have, they obviously will have been here 10 years ago. They will have been here throughout. I think in 2016 there was an attempt to kind of create a vision. Again, appreciate that was done before. I think most of the leadership team that just sits here in front of us. So it's so this is a fresh start. But I suppose from the workforce perspective, how can you give them confidence that this time this will be something that will be achieved, that there will be tangible progress, that they will see the benefits and improvements? And kind of linking to that, sort of slightly broader as well, sort of veering from the confidence of the workforce into this, just more broadly, in your view, what are the critical success factors for you achieving your vision and your business plan? And I appreciate budget as the obvious one, you have mentioned that. But budget aside, what else do you think, what are the conditions that need to be present, again, for you, you know, to be successful in this? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So to come back to the engagement aspect, absolutely, 500 is a really small amount. I think that was in a 12-hour window. So, and also we had sergeants and members of police staff dialing in, and you could see the teams behind them. So green shoots definitely around that one. In terms of being able to continue that forwards and making sure that we are engaging with our workforce and making sure we understand how it's impacting on them, I think that's where the vision and the business plan, actually, as the Chief Constable has said, it provides direction and parameters and frameworks around members of staff in particular and police officers who have really had to be trying to deal, feels like they've been trying to do everything. And that's very laudable, but we're not in that position and be able to do that. So being able to provide direction, clarity and priorities and use the framework to be able to make those tough choices that we may well have to make. And I think that leads on to the critical success factors. You've mentioned funding, absolutely. And in our approach to Scottish Government last winter around this year's budget that we're in at the moment, you know, we made a case for longer term investment to enable us to move into the next stage of reform. So that was really key to our budget settings. And the business plan and the vision is our absolute commitment to moving into that second stage of reform. So you're right, finance is an absolute process. So is resources, capability, capacity and the skills that we need. I think one of the things within the business plan in terms of the key areas, delivering into community policing, mental health, taking the demand out of the system, the criminal justice system, citations, all of those things will be able to free up capacity and capability, which frees up the resources within the organisation for us to then move them round. There is a sense of optimism. It feels like Police Scotland has done really well delivering significant transformation programmes. The difference, I think, with this is we're asking staff to tell us how they're going to do it within their business areas. This is not a top-down. All of the commitments and milestones have been built up from staff and officers. What does it look like for you? So releasing the capacity, capability and the resources, absolutely. Having a prioritisation framework, but absolutely finance is going to be a factor that we're going to have to work as we go through as well. Thank you.
Very much. Mary?
Yes, thank you. Just building on that issue, I mean, I think you are quite clear in the report that there are financial implications and that successful implementation will depend on sufficient investment from Scottish Government, but also the pace at which Police Scotland can generate efficiencies and savings for reinvestment as well. So that's good, but I think we were assured at the oversight group that this isn't just a wish list that depends upon a massive injection of new funding, because that's not anticipated, but that there will be risks to the delivery of this set of actions and activities if funding becomes tighter. So we understand that, but I wondered if you could say a wee bit about what you would then do should the funding not be available, and should it be necessary, for example, for prioritisation or to extend the time scales within which you would seek to achieve this. We're absolutely persuaded that you are committed to achieving it, but obviously funding at this stage, we don't even know what we'll have for next year. We won't know what we'll have in the lifetime of this plan. So could you say something about how you would take that forward?
Absolutely. I'll start and answer, and I'll ask James, the CFO, to come in if that's okay. So one of the things we did, and apologies, it's a bit of a technical answer, but one of the things we did around the commitments and the milestones was look at through different lenses. So availability of resources, deliverability and finance, and made sure that we'd actually done those processes. And by doing that mapping before we actually put the business plan, we're clear it is realistic and it's achievable, but it will depend on resources and funding. So our ability then, depending on the funding that we get, which will inform our next stage of reform, we will be able to look back through the commitments and the business plan. And if there are some that need to move to the right, we would need to do that. But that's already been factored into the process that we went through when we actually put the plan together. I'll ask James to come in if that's okay.
Thank you. So I think the first part is the revenue funding, and what we'd be looking for there is some stability over the next 2 or 3 years. so that we can do these strategic changes around the revised model of policing. What we don't want to fall back into is where we were last year, where through cuts in annual budgets we were into reactive salami slicing. So what we're looking to do is to get a reasonable settlement, a reasonable uplift to cover, you know, pay and some inflationary pressures, so that the focus can be on that strategic planning and implementation that will take us forward over the next number of years. The other aspect of that where we do really need to have a focus on is capital funding. It's already come up earlier on today. If you took one element of this, which we'll come on to speak about later, which is the estate, we know we need to do something very different with that, because at the moment we're kind of managing the decline of an old asset base. And that's where we will need to have those conversations with government around funding and maybe looking into you know, the possibility of borrowing as an example, which is what we would have done under legacy arrangements. But in reality, our ability to borrow was whilst it's in the legislation, in practice it was taken away upon police reform, and I think that's something that we'll need to explore. But in order to deliver against these plans, yes, there will need to be additional capital. If for whatever reason we are not able to deliver upon that, then it will be about prioritisation and that kind of capital rationing approach about what we take forward, and it will obviously slow things down. But the foundational bit will be about trying to maintain a solid revenue base to be able to do that strategic work, but that will require capital investment to take some of those initiatives forward.
Thank you very much. Yes, I mean, I know we're going to monitor the implementation of the plan, and that will be our opportunity to monitor delivery. And to understand where perhaps the availability or lack of that of resource is impacting on that. So, okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. Final question from the board. Grant.
Thank you, Chair. Really following on from what's just been discussed, a number of the milestones are expressed in general terms, such as increase or reduce and so on. And I think it would help clarifying where we are, because I think it's an excellent plan, and how we then monitor delivery to have these supported by smart objectives, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic targets, which may be different in different parts of the organisation. But I think having that information will actually help us to monitor the delivery.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And accountability for the outcomes of each of the milestones is really important. Because as we know, for example, you know, we're talking there about our ability to roll out the community policing model, the impact of that, what actually changes does that make for our communities? You know, is that a reduction in antisocial behaviour depending on the area? Is that an increase in satisfaction, visibility? Those measures are really important. So as part of the performance framework, again, the board will know that Police Scotland is putting in. Each of the milestones that we have in there will have a delivery plan, and those milestones, measurable, holding us to account and making sure they're in there, will be factored into the performance framework. We've already done that with the annual police plan year 1. We will do exactly the same with year 2 and year 3. That produces the visibility and the accountability and the transparency about what we're delivering. But more importantly, it will have the detail underneath as to the outcomes of each of those milestones, which some of them, as you say, are quite broad. So making sure we can show the delivery of them.
Thank you. That's just ideal.
Very good. Thank you very much. Just one from me. I've had an indication over this last few days from a senior member of a staff association that police staff feel underappreciated in the narrative of the report. Have you heard that, and what comment might you make on that comment?
Thank you, Chair. I have heard that, and you know, if that's the view and the perception, then that's individuals' reality. If I draw the board's attention to one of the priority areas is in relation to workforce modernisation, the fancy word for having more police staff doing specialist roles. That's the underlying piece there. So there is an absolute commitment from me that we will look at a greater mix within the financial constraints of our workforce, recognising that our police staff colleagues contribute massively. And you know, I regularly talk about 22,000 because that is really important, that we work as a collective, that we recognise that collective. And I've recently met with Unison and Unite, and personally identified, highlighted areas where I've personally driven that improving culture of inclusion in areas that we previously hadn't seen. So, for example, the directors now are part of the promotion boards for superintendents and chief superintendents. So this is a collective. This is 22,000 people, all moving in the same direction. And workforce modernisation and the actions that we're taking in terms of consultation and dialogue all go to shifting a feeling, if it exists within individuals, that they don't feel part of this bigger organisation. Workforce modernisation is one key area that identifies and speaks to the fact I absolutely value our police staff members, and I can't reiterate enough that we need to talk 22,000 as well as the ever important police officer numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I agree with you. I read that report quite closely a number of times, and I didn't get that from it either. And I want to reiterate, my reading of it is exactly as you had, the primacy of the workforce and shifting the workforce balance, and all are valued. I was surprised to receive that, but thank you for that answer. My final comments of these comments is that the authority creates enormous demands on you and your senior team. And it's a very small senior team of leaders, very small indeed. And we ask you to address this second phase of reform, the remodelling of policing. And we asked of you three things: to supply, in short order, a vision, which you, in order to come to us, it's not just what you all thought in that small team, but how you engaged. A roadmap about how you got from where we are now to where the vision sees policing to be, and key milestones. And we asked that to be delivered over a very short period of months, and to report regularly on it. And now this is the outcome. So thank you for that. I think the board is really clear that this is a result of the demand we placed on you. You've clearly delivered on that, and we are now going to go into the phase of, well, how we're going to move into actually achieving what we're going to achieve. And I want to be very optimistic that we're going to achieve our revenue target, and we're going to increase our capital budget. I want to be optimistic, because without that, as I was saying in my chair's report, we will actually continue to undermine not only our workforce in those poor buildings, but also public confidence in how policing looks. The visibility of policing is expressed not only by your officers on the street, but also by the quality of the buildings. And some of them are an embarrassment to policing, I'm afraid. So thank you for that. Thank you for delivering. I do appreciate that. The board appreciates that. I don't think the demand's going to get any less, Chief Constable, but I think we should be really clearly recognised when you've delivered exactly what we asked you to deliver on time and to the satisfaction of the board. I'm going to ask members if they are content to approve, we're not allowed to approve it, to endorse this plan. So that's a very strong endorsement from the board. Thank you for the work, and thank you for the plan. I'm now going to take a lunch break, and I'd like you to return at 25 to 2. Yeah, 40 minutes. Okay. Thank you very much. reconvene the meeting of the Police Authority Board and go to item 9. This item is the Estates Master Plan. I'm going to go straight to the Chief Financial Officer to present this. Is that right? Or to DCC? DCC Connors. Over to you, DCC.
Thank you. It's just to set a bit of context, if that's okay, that this is a big, substantial companion piece to the business plan and the vision. There is a lot of engagement, consultation locally that we need to be able to do as the plan moves forward into its detailed development. So it's just to make sure that, that's understood as context for the Estates Master Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DCC.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the first thing to say is that this is not a blueprint for the future 10 years for the estate. What it is an outline of the priorities that we would like to take forward. And it's been based on following asset management best practice. We have had external support from estates experts to help us, first of all, develop a really strong understanding using data of the current condition of our buildings, but not just the condition, but the suitability, and then looking at wider factors such as their environmental status and how energy efficient they are and so on, and the efficiency of them through running costs and utilisation. So a really strong evidence base to make an estates assessment as to which buildings have life in them and they're worth retaining for the medium to the long term. So we're clear on those about which buildings require investment, and then looking at those buildings that have reached the end of their useful economic life and an alternative arrangement needs to be sought. That was then taken into the conversations across the organisation, the different business areas, to understand what the requirements are at present and into the future, very strongly linking back to the work you've seen in the business plan and around the future direction for the organisation. And this will be something that we will continue to iterate and evolve as time goes on, as we get more information about how the organisation is going to change. This master plan will need to continue to be updated to remain relevant. But what it has done is allowed us to set out an outline 10-year programme of capital works in order to get the estate up to a reasonable condition. So not gold plating, it's nothing more than the basic requirements to get to a reasonable standard of an estate. And what that baseline has told us is that the current arrangements and the current spending profile, which is at the moment is about £22 million a year, and that's for everything, for reactive maintenance, planned maintenance, and for anything developmental work that we want to do, is unsustainable. We look at the current condition of the estate. We look at a continued projection of spending £22 million, and what that shows is within a number of years, 3, 4, 5 years, all of our money will effectively be going into reactive maintenance in its entirety. So we have managed to do a small number of projects of improvement, like Newton House in Ayr for a new police station. We've done a few of those. But as we move over the coming years, the trajectory, if we carry on doing the same, is that we won't even be able to do that. We will be purely on that reactive, keeping the lights on. An example of which is, whilst we know Greenock doesn't have a long-term future as a building, we're not talking about leaving Greenock as a locality. We need an alternative solution in Greenock. But whilst we still retain the building that we've got, knowing it's not fit for purpose and the way it's configured for modern policing, it's too big for what we need there. And we have spent £500,000 replacing boilers in the plant room. Nobody sees it, but we've had to spend £500,000, otherwise we wouldn't be able to continue with heating. And that is the story of where we are with our estate. We're spending millions of pounds a year keeping buildings going that actually have no long-term future, and that is not a best value outcome. So what we sought to do, based on the data and the understanding of what the requirements are and what they will be for the future, was to come up with a series of options around what we could do in order to try and improve the situation and deliver that outline 10-year capital programme, which we were able to obviously use cost modelling around a set of assumptions, but at this stage they are assumptions. There are no, there's nothing at the moment we're saying absolutely that's a position on that particular building around we want to move from there and move from X to Y. It's more directionally around what we know is that Glasgow in the west is in the worst condition overall, and Tayside after that, with pockets of other issues around the country. So the priorities would be around geographically around West Central Scotland and Tayside, And then specifically for particular functions, we know custody is a particular issue, and we really need to tackle some of the custody suites that we've got and look to arrangements to come up with alternatives. And what that's led us to is to develop an outline capital programme, as I say, which is estimated to be £500 million over the next 10 years. As I said, we're spending £22 million a year, so if you were to extrapolate that 22 million over 10 years, we would be spending 220. So we've got a 280 million shortfall against that. We estimate, though, as through moving from some of the buildings that are at end of life but are maybe on valuable sites, that we would be able to generate capital receipts of up to about £80 million over the next 10 years. So if that was contributed towards what we need to spend, that's a shortfall of about 200 million. What we then did was to look at the affordability. We tried to apply the prudential framework principles that local government would use for how they would finance a big capital programme on an estate, which would typically be done through borrowing, and the affordability of that borrowing. And having looked at the savings that we could make, and the master plan is not primarily driven by savings, it's really about improving the quality of the estate, having the right fit-for-purpose footprint to deliver modern policing, getting the right measures around environmental impact and so on. But it would save money, because whilst we may have a similar number of policing points around the country or policing locations, we would have a smaller estate overall, because we've got a lot of old big buildings that aren't fit for the purpose. Those savings that could be generated on an annual basis would more than cover the costs of the borrowing of £200 million over 10 years. So we would be, we can demonstrate affordability for this. The issue that we've got, as I said earlier on, is that whilst in the legislation for police reform, there is provision for borrowing, in practice that requires permission from Scottish ministers, and that borrowing would score against the Scottish Government's borrowing capacity. So the Scottish Government only has a limited borrowing capacity. Anything we borrowed would count against that, and Scottish Government already has plans for its borrowing. So we would be looking to see whether or not we could change the framework to reinstate the borrowing that we were able to do pre-reform that would allow us to take this forward. If we're not able to do that, the alternative is it would have to be funded through capital grant. And the point of it is doing nothing is not an option. We are managing the decline of our estate year on year. We are seeing failures in buildings, and they're becoming more frequent, and they're becoming more severe as they happen. So members may know, for example, we've had a failure in Forfar, and it was in really poor condition. Storm Babette came along. It caused real issues with the roof. We've now had to leave Forfar, and we're in the process of co-locating with the council. But we're going to see these very reactive types of situations occur on a more regular basis as the years progress, if we do not do something different. So the proposal that we've set out here is to look at it strategically over a 10-year period, and try to move away from that reactive, non-best value approach to something that's going to deliver a far more sustainable option that meets a lot of the requirements and will support the delivery of the vision over the next number of years. So I'll leave it there, Chair, but happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to come to Grant. This issue and the wider set of details behind it was discussed at length at Resources Committee. So what advice have you got for the board on this, or questions that you might have?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, James, for outlining the various points you've just told us about. As many people around the board table know, looking at the estates overall has been one of my particular concerns ever since I've been chairing the Resources Committee. And at last we have the data that we've been looking for to allow us to look at this strategically. I personally have been around seeing a number of the buildings to get a sight at first hand as to what state they're actually in. And there are some where I think it's very difficult for people to have a realistic work time in the conditions that some of them are in. I think this particular plan has all the merits of bringing things together the first time ever. And the Resources Committee had, as I mentioned earlier on this meeting, spent a considerable amount of time at a special meeting at which the Chair was also present, really looking at a slide pack with a lot of information, which led us to ask a number of questions, got very clear answers to them. We came to the conclusion that yes, the direction of travel is absolutely the right one, but one of the things that we are very conscious of is that only those who are on the Resources Committee have seen these, and since it's such a major matter for the board as a whole, we think that as well as the Resources Committee endorsing what we've seen, it's important that the rest of the board have access to the same information as we had, with an opportunity to actually ask any questions that occur to them from this. So our recommendation, or my recommendation to the board, is that the slide deck that we were given for the Resources Committee be shared with other members of the board with a period of time, a realistic period of time for them to study and ask any further questions, and then the board as a whole can therefore endorse the plan.
Thank you very much. Can I just come back to either James or DCC Connors with a response to that suggestion from Grant?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Grant. We really want to be able to progress with the estate's master plan. With the level of detail that is in some of the slides that we share with the board, we're absolutely happy to do that. What we want to be able to do is start to put that into the public domain, because that is really, really important that we're able to move that forward. So we're more than happy to do that. The question we have is we don't want to keep putting it into the private session. We would like to be able to bring it into more of the public domain and the board itself. In order to do that, we would need qualified endorsement so that we know that the direction of travel through the Resources Committee is right, subject that it needs further consultation, engagement, and we do need to start bringing it into the public domain, Chair. I think that is, it's a bit of a chicken and the egg, unfortunately.
Bring in the Chief Executive, yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and I understand the urgency. I think we could deal with it pretty quickly. I think we have a special session with members of the board who aren't members of the Resources Committee. They're just taking through the same information, and then you can decide after that when you want to start introducing it into the public domain.
I think that is satisfactory. If, as I understand it from the Chair of Resources I attended, they were satisfied that this should be endorsed, and that would be if you had all the information. However, the board can't endorse it without having all the information. Therefore, what you're both suggesting will happen. I'm also very aware, as you indicate then, if we go out as though this is a fait accompli, you won't achieve your engagement objective. So I think both are achieved. We see it in confidence. You hold our view out to your stakeholders and you get their feedback. And whatever feedback comes back to you, I would imagine will alter what you're trying to do if there is engagement, and at some stage you'll come back to us with the more finalised outcome. Would that be satisfactory?
I'm always going to say no. I'm always going to say I'd like it to be endorsed. And I know that we've done development days with the board where we've shared the fuller packs, but I do understand the requirement with the fuller board. We will take the feedback and grateful for it from the Resources Committee. We will feed that into ensuring that we feed that into the full board. But an exceptional session would be really useful, because what we don't want to do is keep this slipping. The public already know that we're having these discussions. It's really important, as you know, that we do move it forward.
Well, I'll ask Chief Executive and our teams to have this at pace. Yeah. It is not to hold up your process. You have the recommendation to us that it should be endorsed with this information. We'll look at it at pace here, and in the meantime I think you should be starting to prepare all those internal and external stakeholder engagement. So I think with that, I think, unless you want to come back, Grant, I think we should go, that is as far as we can go at the moment.
Yes, for the avoidance of doubt, I was not envisaging any delay. I was expecting this to happen pretty quickly so that we can move to the implementation stage as quickly as possible, obviously subject to getting the finance approvals that we need to actually make it happen.
Absolutely, and thank you for the qualification. We will start working through with some of our common plans, obviously not taking it out, but doing that piece as well, which is so vital. Thank you.
Okay, Katharina.
Thank you, Chair. And just I suppose a really quick question, and it may well be in the slide deck, so I'm really looking forward to the special session being arranged. But just out of, so my curiosity is that I think about 6 months ago, so we had a presentation from the Scottish Police Federation to the board, again, as part of a seminar. And one of the topics covered was around the location of bases for your officers. And one of the questions there that we kind of pursued was the operational implication. So I just wanted to kind of, I suppose, get some assurance that when you were considering what's the right plan for the state, that operational effectiveness considerations have also been taken into account as one of the variables.
Yeah, absolutely. And as James said, one of the things that we've done is the operational requirements for all of the different business groups, which is an element that hasn't been fed into the estates master plan before. So that absolutely has been fed in because it's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to remind us all that when this was first being mooted, I had as a board 3 asks of you in terms of how you combined the physical estate with the operational requirements of policing. And we said, you must take into account issues of direct public access, because that is an issue of controversy. You must take into account staff welfare, because that is also what we'd also seek. And then the distribution of custody provision is a 3rd area. So what we saw, I think that with Grant's committee were content with that, and that kind of plays into what Katerina was asking. Let the board have a look within this, and I think it should be a matter of days. That's what I'd want for this.
Thank you.
With that, we note it. We note the endorsement from the committee, and we note that we want to consider this at pace with a view to endorsing it ourselves. Yeah. Thank you for all the work on that. I think when you see it, board members, you'll realise just how interesting and how wide-ranging and analytic this is. But I'll leave you to judge that. I'm hoping you'll judge it positively. So my next item is the annual climate change activity report. I think I'm handing straight over to you, Chief Financial Officer, again, or is it to DCC Spears?
I think it was a bit of a standoff there, Chair. I did chair the Environmental Sustainability Board, and the paper was approved there, so I'll pick this up very briefly. This is not an unfamiliar report that would come to the board. It's an annual climate change report, and it comes here to allow us to collectively comply with Scottish Government's guidance and have that report submitted for the close of November. A fair amount of detail is contained within the report. At 2.2, you will see that we continue to reduce our carbon emissions across the organisation with a focus on estate, energy consumption and fleet. And I think you will be unsurprised that we have highlighted within the report that in some ways the emissions have reduced a little bit and the rate of reduction has slowed. And what I would say is that we have made much of the early progress in parts of the business, and I think the very fact that it comes after discussions around the estate can reflect some of the challenges that we have. But that slowing or reduced rate is in line with the public sector pattern. So I guess the report is relatively self-explanatory. It's a fairly detailed appendix, and it was just for the board's endorsement and onward transmission in line with the SPA report to government.
Thank you very much, DC Spears. If I can move on to questions from the board, I've got 3 so far. Pauline first.
Yeah, congratulations, an impressive almost 22% reduction so far from the baseline 2019-20, but as you state in the report, 35% is the target for just a couple of years' time, and given what you've just said in terms of that slowdown, which is common across other organisations too, I wondered what your thoughts were on how we're going to, or if we're going to achieve that reduction by 26, and what the resource implications of that might be.
So the team are developing a toolkit, and we can start to test that against some of our buildings. So there remains an optimism that we can work hard over the period of time. We do have, as you know, a dedicated team who are working tirelessly in this space. They've just finished another phase of work around upgrading lighting systems, which is contributing to reduction. So we are working really hard, and there is a degree of confidence with the team at our ability to achieve the target.
Okay, I've got a question from Tom Halpin.
Thanks, Chair. So it relates back to the previous discussion around the estate's master plan, and really in terms of if I was putting a risk register against this report and achieving sustainability, and these, as it's a declining estate in terms of its conditions, what sort of impact would you expect that to have, if any?
So within the master plan, and members will see this in that extra session that we're going to have, there is money built in there to actually address some of these issues around trying to decarbonise the estate. But the biggest impact around decarbonisation of the estate would be to exit some of these old, large, energy inefficient buildings. It's not, as I say, they're at end of economic life. It's not best value to invest in putting insulation into changing the heating systems and so on, because that's investing money into buildings that have no future. That master plan would give that a real jolt forward, and that we would be able to move to modern, more fit for purpose estates. Because at the moment, you know, the EPC target or the energy performance certificate level that we're trying to reach is C. And at the moment, 96% of our estate is below that, and a lot of that, it's like I say, it's not going to be economically viable to bring that up to that level. So moving ahead with the estate would have the single biggest impact here, because whilst we see electricity consumption continue to decrease through LED lighting and so on, it's gas that we're starting to see really tailing off, a drop in gas consumption, and that's fundamentally down to heating. And that's where we really need to change the estate, our fabric, our actual buildings, in order to move ahead on that. So yeah, absolutely critical towards moving towards net zero.
Any other questions? I suppose, thank you very much. I am interested in benchmarking on something like this. It's very difficult to get a feel for an organisation which is the size of Police Scotland, for example, where we're reducing 1.7 million litres of diesel fuel a year, whether that's great or not. And I don't think it has to be done on an urgent basis, but I think at some stage when we're considering this, I think and it may well come through the best value consideration that you're going to be under some scrutiny over the period, to look at what do similar types of organisations do, even if it's only the English and Welsh Police Service. I think, again, that would help. And what I think the board would like is not an industry to be created by lots and lots of benchmarks, but find 2 or 3 or 4, a number of key benchmarks of fuel consumption through, as you say, gas, electricity, and litres of fuel. So maybe you'd have a look at that at some stage in this cycle of reporting to us, and go, this is the factual reduction, and then go, here are for similar size organisations, how we're doing. So if there are no other comments, I think we just note this with thanks. It's a very interesting read, and it looks like you're making great progress through this. Is there any other comment from yourself, Jane? Or, sorry, Anna, DCC Spears, any other final comment?
No, thank you.
Okay. With that then, we conclude our business in public. If I can take a short break